send up a roll of Gap or other tape? Duct tape's fine. Small roll is fine. Thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the University of North Colorado 2013. Today's first match will be between Canada and the Canadian lineup. So number 1, Laura Russell. Number 2, Mary Jane Kirby. At number 3, Hillary Lee. Number 4, Victoria Blackwood. Number 5, Maria Sampson. Number 6, Megan Gibbs. Number 7, Kelly Russell. Number 8, Tracy Murphy. Number 9, number 10, Cheryl Phillips. Number 11, Natalie Harvey. Number 12, Andrea Burke. Number 13, Ariel Dubuchet Boris. Number 14, Bianca Ferrella. Number 15, Melissa Havana. Number 16, Marie Pierre Canoa Reed. Number 17, Clara Tate. Number 18, Number 21, Julia Kubuara. Jessica Bozana. And the home team for this game, England. Number 1, Number 4, Number 4, Number 5, Number 6, Number 12, Megan Goddard. I hear you. Number Yep. There's preset. Yep. 5-6. Shot, basically, University of Northern Colorado in June. Please welcome England and Canada to the first match of the Women's Nations Cup 2013.
Yep. It's you, buddy. Teams are supposed to face the other way.
Please be upstanding for the national anthems of Canada and England.
It's 4 p.m. in Greeley, Colorado, 11 p.m. in London, England. Wherever you are watching across Canada, America, or around the world, hello and welcome to the live broadcast on USA Rugby TV of the 2013 IRB Women's Nations Cup, live from the campus of the University of Northern Colorado at Greeley. My name is Jeff Hull, the featured columnist for CNN's Bleacher Report, and for the next 12 days, your host for 8 action-packed matches in international women's rugby. For the world's great rugby nations are assembled here in Colorado for what promises to be a great display. South Africa, Canada, host USA, and defending champions England. We have Canada versus England up first for you, and it looks like Magali Harvey is about to get us started for the Canadians. Referee.
Captain? Red captain?
A bouncing ball and England takes it and working their way upfield. Canada with a good defensive line. Coach Francois Ratier has only been here in Denver for a few days with his Canadian squad, so they'll have been practicing their defensive systems. And there's the kick from England. You'll see a lot of that from England. They enjoy being fine kickers of the ball. And Canada looks to respond. They're going to keep possession. And it's messy at the breakdown early, and England have turned it over. Few white jerseys out there as England takes it into contact. Canada look to reset their line. England clear out well, but again the breakdown is scrappy. Canada penalized. England with a good position here. Will they take the shot at goal? And they will indeed. It's a fine opportunity for us to welcome you here to the Nations Cup, a tournament that was founded in 2011 to help develop women's rugby in North America. England emerged as champions of that initial tournament held in Ontario, Canada, and they're back to defend their title here. They'll have a chance to open the scoring with an early kick at goal. The kick is good.
Penalty kick successful by number 12, Megan Goddard. England lead 3-0.
Megan Goddard has given England an early 3-0 lead. And Canada will be back at the kickoff mark where they started only moments ago. Only now the score will be 3-0 to England. Magali Harvey again will take the kickoff for Canada. For those of you following us online, please use hashtag NationsCup to tell us about your support for the team you're cheering for. England struggled to take another kickoff, and it's going to be a knock forward, a good attacking position for Canada. The name of the game at the Nations Cup is development, although you wouldn't have thought a few weeks ago that the team looking to develop their game would have been England. Once one of the great powers of women's rugby, 2013 has been a tough go for the English. They finished third at the RBS Six Nations, which was won by Ireland, and then finished sixth at the recent IRB Sevens World Cup in Moscow. They've gone 0-3 on a recent tour of New Zealand, which brings them here to Colorado to defend their Nations Cup title. They've kept possession on the scrum here. And Canada are going to try and pin England deep in their own end. And they have it. Kelly Russell through the middle for Canada. She's almost through. Canada piling into the goal line through the gap, and they look to recycle once again. Canada taking their time now. That was Hillary Lade that came on the charge for Canada. They are going to look to move this ball slowly, and almost caught in possession is the Canadian scrum half. But Canada will look to keep possession still. Looking for that opening. England in good defensive sets. England holding them at bay here, but Canada have all time in the world looking for that opening. Oh, caught out in the open was the Canadian fly-off. And England are through, looking to disrupt at the breakdown, which they have done. Can Canada retain possession? They've done so, and they look to move it quickly. A turnover, and England have secured possession. A fine attacking chance for Canada goes for naught, and now England are going to look to clear their lines. First, they're going to try and create some space for the kick. Canada drop back into a kick return stance, knowing it's very unlikely England are going to try and break from here. It's just a matter of how much field position England can buy themselves. Here comes the kick, and it is going to be out. Canada will enjoy a fine attacking line-out position. And we have our first chance to bring you Canada's lineup. Across the front row for Canada, we have Laura Russell, Jane Kirby, and Hillary Lathe. The second row, which we'll see in a moment in this lineout, is Latoya Blackwood and Maria Sampson. Across the back row is Megan Gibbs, Kelly Russell, the captain, and JC Murphy. England have the lineout. Canada's lineout misfiring early here, and England are going to look to take advantage of this. Canada through, attacking themselves, trying to disrupt England. England looking very conservative with the ball so far. Canada trying to match their physicality. And I think there is the box kick. Magali Harvey takes it and looks to move. Canada looking to stretch the field a little bit, and they do. Trying to utilize those 7 skills. Canada breaking. It's Ariel Dubrasset-Boris through the middle. Boris is tackled, and it's offloaded in a fine fashion. Canada are deep into the England 22. Can they move it quickly? They need quick ball. And they do. And it's Harvey out wide. Does she have the pace? She's looking to back herself, but she is all by herself out there and is ushered into touch. By far the best moment of play in the game so far, put forward by Canada. And what you have seen is those 7 skills that the Canadian players are learning at the Center of Excellence in British Columbia. They like to move the ball, the Canadians, and their attack has looked dynamic compared to what we've seen from England, but it is early stages. England is going to try and get themselves a little space, and then you would expect another kick to come. We're going to bring you the rest of the Canadian lineup in just a moment at the first break. And England do look to move it. They have done a fine job and are into space on the far side of the pitch. Dubrasset-Boris with the tackle, and Canada look to pile in out wide, trying to slow down this England attack. They go down the short side, and they are going to be put into touch. Stephanie Bernier is the Canadian scrum half today at number 10, Cheryl Phillips. The exciting Magali Harvey is on the wing, while the powerful Sevens veteran Andrea Burke is at 12. Ariel Dubrasset-Boris with Canada's best attack of the day is at number 13, while the speedster Bianca Farella is on the opposite wing. Alyssa Alare is in at fullback. The bench for Canada: Julia Sugawara, Jessica Dovan, Caitlin McNally, Marie-Pierre Pinot-Reed, Clara Pegg, Kim Donaldson, Tyson Bukaboom, and Kayla Mack, all the forward replacements for Canada. The coach of Canada in his first game today, Francois Ratier. Canada take the line out and look to move it. Dubrasset-Boris into the line in the middle of the field, drives forward. Can Canada secure the quick ball they need? They do. They move it to the wing. And it's Magali Harvey out there again. Bianca for Alyssa Alare at fullback, driving forward. Canada needs to maintain their quick possession, and they're doing well. Forward pod through the middle of the field and a quick clear out. Canada moving the ball very well. Kelly Russell tackled in possession, and England are over the ball quickly, but again Canada come away with it. Trying to drive forward, trying to keep the English off balance, and they are. There is Dubrasset-Boris again. Very exciting. We're sorry, that was Bianca Farella on the last charge for Canada. But England have secured a penalty, and we'll have their lineup for you now. The kick to half field is going to take England out of the danger area. Across the front row for England today is Rochelle Clark, Emma Crocker, Laura Keats. The second rows, Rebecca Essex and Rowena Burnfield. Sarah Hunter is their captain at blindside flanker. Isabel Noel Smith at open side. The number 8 is Harriet Miller-Mills. Their scrum half from the Richmond Rugby Club is Fiona Davidson. Carrie Large is at number 10. Lydia Thompson at 11. Megan Goddard at 12. Abby Chamberlain is at 13. Julie Hope at 14. And the 7th experienced Kay Wilson is at fullback. Canada are once again in possession, and they are attacking. Ariel Dubrasset-Boris to Alyssa Alare. Looking behind Harvey. Harvey has it down the wing. Can she get there? She is tackled just at the line. Alare takes it. She looks to finish, and she is in.
Down, Canada. Number 15, Alyssa Alare. The score currently is Canada 5, England 3.
Good steal, Kelly! Support, ladies!
What you saw right there was 3 of Canada's 7 stars combining. The initial break by Bianca Farella, Alyssa Lare, and Ariel Duberset-Boris was in there. The final break down the wing came from Magali Harvey, and Alyssa Lare in close support was there to drive over. Andrea Burke is going to try and make the conversion for Canada, while England huddle to examine their defense, and Canada lines up at midfield.
Say if you want to force the cut, but don't if you don't have to.
It is good, and Andrea Burke has given her team a 7-3 lead.
Canada now leads 7, England 5. 3, sorry, correction, England 3.
For Coach Francois Ratier, this is the very first opportunity for Canada to take the field as a 15s program since the final of the 2011 event, where they were defeated by England. Since then, Canada have thrown a lot of money, resources, and time into their 7s program, and have recently emerged with a silver medal at the IRB Sevens World Cup. Coach Ratier is looking to build towards the 2014 World Cup of 15s for women, and this is a fine opportunity to examine the depth that he has in his program. Canada are without several of their top line 7 stars, including Mandy Marchuk, Zizan Landry, and Jennifer Kish. But the sevens experience is still there for Canada with a very, very threatening backline. That's been in evidence already today. Coach Graham Smith for England, on the other hand, is just coming off a 3-game tour of New Zealand. He's been forced to reach into his U20 program, and he's been forced to bring more players with him to Colorado from that New Zealand tour than he would otherwise like. But it's a fine opportunity to examine the depth of the English rugby program, which, as we know, is considerable. England look to move the ball wide, but Canada are up quickly. They found a seam. They're down the wide side. Magali Harvey with the tackle. The ball's been lost forward, and it looks like Alyssa Alare has kicked that ball into touch. We'll see if there was a knock on first. And they are coming back for the kick. So England is going to enjoy an attacking lineout. Thank you for joining us here on USA Rugby TV. Please be sure to hashtag Nations Cup tweet us. We will be looking forward to seeing what you have to say throughout this game and at halftime. We also have a competition running for a signed USA Rugby jersey. Please follow the USA Rugby social networks to take advantage of that offer and to show your support for the USA Eagles and women's rugby in general. Now, can the England lineout continue to fire well here? Long ball, and it's come away with it at the back. England have done well to come away with that as quickly as they have. Let's see what kind of attack they can muster. They're moving the ball much more confidently now, England. Moving it out to the wing. And they look to reset. Canada trying to be combative at the breakdown, trying to slow down the English. And they are up quickly. Big hits coming in. Maria Sampson in there with a nice hit for Canada. And the ball has been knocked around, but it is still loose and free for England. One-on-one, Magali Harvey, nice tackle for Canada. And England look to retain possession, to go through the phases, to see and test the mettle of this Canadian defense. Canada is holding their ground, but England continue to move forward with a purpose. Excellent hit out wide, but we are coming back with our penalty against Canada. And we'll see what option England choose here. It's an opportunity for them to close the gap. successful penalty kick would take it to 7-6. And they will take the kick at goal. USA Rugby has a new rallying cry. It celebrates what it means to be a rugby player in the United States, and it unites us all behind a creed that will inspire new American rugby tradition. Now is the time for rugby in America. USA Rugby now. Work for it, rugby. Visit workforit.org to show your support. Now 7-6 for Canada with another completion by England, and the England attack looking much better. Fiona Davidson and Carrie Large at fly half looking much more comfortable than they did. Let's see how they handle this restart, and they handle that confidently as well. So for all the inexperience in this young England team, they are looking more enterprising as they are away down the side of the field again. Canada are being broken by the English here down the far side. They're put into touch, but England make 50 meters on the attack. Kay Wilson and Julie Hope combining to take England into another threatening position. Canada will have a line out, but they are going to be forced to try and clear their lines here. "23 minutes into the first half here at the Nations Cup. Tweet us at #NationsCup. Be sure to show your support for women's rugby. Canada again unable to collect their line out, and
Their line out, knock on, white scrum.
okay, so we're going to have a white scrum here. We are playing under the new IRB scrum engagement rules, and we will try and listen to the referee here.
Bind, set. Yes, 9.
England are away with it again. They are moving the ball well, and Canada is showing gaps out wide. England are away down the far side, and they are in!
Try number 11 for England, Lydia Thompson. The score is now Canada 7, England 11.
Olivia Thompson with a disturbingly simple try for England off a set piece. Canada are going to want to talk about that, and they are doing so now behind their own posts. The wide channels have been very, very forgiving for England in their attack so far, and Canada are going to want to try and solve that problem before it becomes a disturbing pattern.
Yep. Go to the conversion? Yep. Tape? Okay, who's up?
The kick is up, and it is good. Very impressive kick.
The conversion is good by Megan Goddard. The score is now Canada 7, England 13.
Megan Goddard is racking up the points for England here. Very impressive kicking. That was a very difficult conversion. And England are now ahead by a margin of 13-7. Magali Harvey is back to get the Canadians restarted again, and they will want to try and regain possession as quickly as they can. A shorter kick this time, but England handle it well. Bit of a driving maul here, but Canada seem to have it under control. Canada look to have stolen this, and they are going to come away with it. Kelly Russell through the middle. She's going to take a bunch of England tacklers with her, and they move it left again. Andrea Burke on the charge, again looking to soak up England tacklers so Canada can move the ball quickly, but it's been slowed down. Canada are going to be in, and they are. It's Cheryl Phillips.
Try number 10 for Canada, Cheryl Phillips. The score is now Canada 12, England 12, 13.
Cheryl Phillips has gotten Canada their second try of the game. And I think what you are starting to see here is the pressure that is exerted upon teams that have not been together for very long. Both Canada and England are showing gaps in their defense, and they are being exploited. You cannot give this Canadian team holes like that. The sevens experience alone will be enough to see them get through. And Andrea Burke is going to step up and attempt to give Canada a 14-13 lead. 18 minutes left to go in the first half of game one. Kick is no good.
Conversion is no good. The score remains Canada 12, England 13.
Eagles fans, please visit shoprugby.com today to buy all the latest USA Rugby Eagles gear and support your future of rugby in America. Canada and England both taking on water in the hot weather. And we are going to have our very first water break of the day. The hot weather is taking its toll on athletes, especially in the high altitude. Of all the teams here at the Nations Cup, you would think England, Canada, and South Africa to be least accustomed to this. The USA maintains high performance facilities here in the Colorado area. They are certainly going to be more familiar with this atmosphere. So as we discussed, England have not had the most successful 2013. They carry a 1-point lead here with about 20 minutes to go in the first half of game one at the 2013 Nations Cup. Canada, on the other hand, coming off a series of very successful sevens performances, finishing third in the World Series, second in the World Cup. The Canadian under-20 side recently went undefeated at the U20 version of the Nations Cup in England, defeating the US in the final. And you can better believe that Francois Ratier's team is going to look to continue that momentum here this week. Make sure you visit the social networks of USA Rugby at USA Rugby. Find us on Facebook and at usarugby.org for all the latest news on rugby across the United States, and of course to follow your USA Eagles. It is Carrie Large who is going to get us set for this kickoff. Canada, having scored, will now have the opportunity to retain possession. Let's see how they do. And it is Canada moving the ball well again. Kelly Russell on the charge, looking for the offload. It isn't there, but Canada have again moved the ball quickly. Canada looking for the wide channels. It's Andrea Burke through the middle. Ariel Dubrasset Boris. Magdalene Harvey lurking on the outside, but Canada have gone to ground and they look to maintain possession. Oh, a very difficult breakdown for Canada, but they keep moving forward. Canada using their big forwards to try and move England back. Player down on the left side of the field. Canada are away quickly on the top. Oh, it looked very close to being a high tackle there. The referee has her arm out. Canada have the advantage, using the forwards to try and soak up some England defenders before they release the backs. And here we go. Alyssa Alari dodges, moves, looks for the offload, and it has been lost forward by Canada, but we're going to come back for the penalty. Referee Leah Berard of the United States from Minnesota has given Canada a penalty.
It's all right. Not 10. Pose. Shot, guys.
Leah Berard giving Canada the opportunity to kick for goal on a high tackle charge. And it looks like Andrea Burke is going to step up and take this chance. Leah Berard was the referee in the final of the 2013 IRB Women's Sevens World Cup in Moscow. And she is here along with a number of other top-notch IRB women's referees. And it looks like Canada is going to have to make a substitution here. Ariel Dubasset-Boris is coming off the field, and Jessica Dovan, a Sevens veteran herself, is coming back on the field to take the outside center position.
Penalty is no
If
good.
we get any news on Ariel, we'll try and bring it to you.
Coming off, number 13, Ariel Dubasset-Boris. Coming on, number 22, Jessica Dovan.
Kick not made, and England is going to go for the 22 dropout here. Canada shouldn't lose too much with Jessica Dovan at outside center. She is an experienced international and a very speedy player herself. That restart is going to go straight out of bounds. Magali Harvey looking to move the ball. Canada, for all their attacking prowess, still trail England by a point here with about 15 minutes to go in the second half, the first half of the match one here at the Nations Cup. Canada's line-out has not been steady so far. Let's see how they do. Kelly Russell up in the air, and she comes down with it. Stephanie Bernier at the back, waiting for the ball to come to ground. Canada looking to utilize their back line. All kinds of attacking threats out there, and they've continued. Magali Harvey is now on the far side of the field. Canada looking aggressive on the field, but do they have the support? Alyssa Alari is in the line. Offloads coming now for Canada, moving England backwards. The back line resets. Cheryl Phillips is looking fairly poised, and Canada looking very dangerous again, but the referee has her arm out, and it looks like a knock-on. USA will have the scrum.
Thank you.
England going backwards in the scrum here. Canada looking very powerful. They disrupt. Kelly Russell looking for the ball at the back. England have possession, but for how long? Canada reset their defensive line. It comes away, and England have broken the line. They are through, and the offload is intercepted by Canada. All kinds of broken play here today, making for some exciting rugby. Canada moving the ball well in attack. There's Andrea Burke with it, looking to release Jessica Dovan. She is powering her way through. Andrea Burke, Alyssa Alari, and she is in the corner.
Try to Canada, number 15, Alyssa Alari.
Alyssa Alari on Andrea Burke's shoulder throughout that run, as was Jessica Dovan, but it was Andrea Burke's power forcing her way through tackle after tackle, finally releasing Alari for that score in the corner, and Canada now have their third try of the game.
Well done, ladies!
Great job, Latoya. Good work.
That's when we get to that hot side.
Andrea Burke is going to try and suck in some oxygen now as she eyes the post from a difficult angle.
Break,
Kick is up, and it is good.
Conversion is good by number 12, Andrea Burke. The score is now Canada 19, England 30.
Andrea Burke has her kicking shoes on today, and she has given her country a 19-13 lead over England with about 10 minutes left to play in the first half. Canada are going to get the ball again, and will we see them continue to fire on all cylinders in attack as we have? The key to today's game seems to be all about possession, and you get the feeling that the team with the most possession is going to wind up on the scoring high end of this game. The defenses seem to be opening up for all kinds of attacks, and Canada takes it well. Bernier looking to release her backs. Canada again looking for the offloads, and we're going to have a knock forward.
Louder, yes. Crouch. Bind. Set. Up on this side, please, okay? Yeah. Yep.
England, six, back row, on, six.
Crouch. I know you're anxious. Say it sooner, you guys won't hear me because you're yelling. Okay, so I'll do it immediately when you're done yelling. Hold, hold, hold. Yes, 9.
England come away with it, and they are going to look to find some space themselves. There is space out wide, and England have an overlap. Flying tackle by Jessica Duvon, and Canada over the ball, trying to disrupt. They come away with it. It has been booted around. What will the call be? Kelly Russell's away for Canada. They have possession. Canada driving England backwards. Bernier is going to look to move it, and it looks like Canada has been caught in possession here. They've been slowed down. Bernier looking for Phillips. Canada need to come back left. They have numbers, and they do. Canada using the forwards to soak up England defenders. Where have they got a huge overlap on the right if they can find it? They need to move the ball. Forwards still taking it into contact for Canada. Looked like they've lost their overlap, and that was a little bit of a ragged breakdown. England have possession, and they're going to look for their overlap. Canada have it handled. Alare back there to take it. She's going to take possession for Canada and look to move the ball. Bianca Farella on the right side. Hard running for the 7 speedster, and she is away. Bianca Farella. Can Canada get there? Canada fly into the tackle, but it looks like they were a second too late. Farella was isolated, and it's going to be England possession, but that was another exciting break from one of Canada's 7 stars. Bianca Farella put her head down and soared through the England defense, stopped by a very fine tackle. And with 6 minutes left here.
And were you saying to watch the bind? I couldn't. Okay. It was breaking up, so I couldn't tell. Let's go. Let's have the scrum, please. Yeah, that's all right. Scrum, please.
Just want to add that. I have 10. Let's go. Back row. On, six.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Bind. Yes, 9.
Canada's scrum very powerful, and they spin England. They've won possession, and Canada's players are clapping all over the field. That is a very fine moment for the Canadian front row of Laura Russell, Jane Kirby, and Hilary Lythe. Canada, for all their 7 success over the past few years, have not had many opportunities to see their forwards in action. Coaches John Tate, Sandro Fiorano, and Francois Ratier have had tight 5 camps at their center in Shawnigan Lake, and now you are seeing the results. A very, very fine scrum for Canada against England, a nation known for their forward play. Bernier is going to put the ball in for Canada, and they're trying to clean up at the back here, but England come away with it illegally. What will Bernier do here? Kelly Russell calling for them to take it a little more slowly. They're going to kick for position. And it is going to be sailed. Kick does not find touch, and England are going to have an opportunity to clear. Magali Harvey on the chase there. It was a little unfortunate. Cheryl Phillips could not find touch. And instead of a line out at the 5-meter line, Canada are going to be about 15 meters out with 4 minutes left. They tried to take the line out quickly, but there was not a large enough gap. Jane Kirby on the throw for Canada. Kelly Russell at the back. Latoya Blackwood is also back there. Kick is fumbled by Canada. Lineout is fumbled by Canada, and now England have piled on. Another attacking opportunity lost. 3.5 minutes left. Kelly Russell back there to save another England breakthrough. Canada need to reset their defensive line. England trying to move the ball quickly. Canada are going to be penalized for their interference at the breakdown. Andrea Burke was the last player on the ground. And it looks like Carrie Large. Put the ball downfield. And England is going to have an attacking line out at the Canadian 22-meter line. Less than 3 minutes to go for Canada. You feel that with the amount of preparation both teams have had, Canada would feel very good about taking this lead into halftime. But what can England do to solve that? A very fine line out by England, and they look to drive. Canada's forwards applying pressure of their own and moving England backward, and they'll move the ball left. Canada's back line up very quickly in defense, but again there is space out wide. Hint of a forward pass there, but England pushed forward. Canada attack quickly as England try to move the ball. Fiona Davidson having a tough time there getting the clean ball that her team needs. Canada very combative at the breakdown, and a huge hit coming in there, driving England backwards. The Canadians trying very hard to come out on the physical edge here. England are playing with very scrappy ball. A huge hit. Canadians are upping their physicality here at the close of the first half, and it looks like they may have turned this over. England fall into a flat position in defense, but they have retained it. They move the ball left, and it is very scrappy play right now. Canada looking very strong in defense, much stronger than they had at the opening of the game. Davidson looks to move the ball. England using the forwards to try and smash Canada back. 1 minute left. Can Canada hang on to their lead here? England trying to compose themselves, trying to find the space, but they are moving the ball with less speed as Canada is upping the intensity both in the tackle and at the breakdown. Very slow ball for England. Canada with lots of time to compose themselves. You get the feeling these forward pod runs are not going to do it for England at this point in the game. Canada looking, they may have turned it over illegally. And as they have done for most of the first half, England may have another chance to kick for posts. That's where most of their points have come from. The kicking of Megan Goddard has been one of their chief weapons, and what will they choose to do now? With only 8 seconds left on the clock, you feel that posts may be the best option for them. Oh, and it looks, the call has come in from the sidelines. Will they attempt to run? No, the referee points for posts. So a successful kick by Megan Goddard here would reduce the gap to 19 to 16, guaranteeing Canada the chance to take this lead into halftime. We're going to have a chat with an England player coming up for you at the half. Goddard's kick is up, and it is no good. Magdalene Harvey touches the ball down, and Canada is going to take a 19 to 13 lead into halftime. We're going to take a little break here, and we will be back with you in a moment to have a chat with an England player and tell you more. Oh my goodness. Canada need to end the game at halftime by kicking the ball out. Apparently our game clock on our video set here is not matched up with the referee's watch. And England are going to have another crack at this. The kick goes down and the chase is good. Alyssa Laurie is alone back there for Canada, but the bounce of the ball is very favorable. Jessica Duvon there. And England are looking to try and use it. Canada frantic at the breakdown, trying to slow the England attack. Their defensive line is set. Another kick, trying to pen Canada back. And it's Bianca Farella back there. She kicks the ball out. And that will do it. So a bit of a last chance opportunity for England, but the score remains 19 to 13. Thank you for joining us for the first half here on USA Rugby TV. We're going to be back with you in just a moment.
Batteries that were dropped off earlier, they get put there, or those these all? Do that. Bubble. See a bubble? No, but it's visible if you could see it.
Hey, and it's Jeff Hull back with you at the 2013 IRB Nations Cup. I'm here with England's Georgina Roberts to talk a little bit about the English Women's Development Program back in England. Georgina, thanks for joining us.
No problem.
So, the team that England has brought here to Colorado is very much a younger team. A lot of the names that folks might recognize, Maggie Alfonsi, Heather Fisher, Jill Watmore, taking an opportunity to rest after a good season's work. So can you tell us a little bit about the type of team that England has here and how the development is going to help the program going forward to the 2014 World Cup?
Of course. Yeah, we've got a really good range of experience here. We've got some well-established players. We've got some really young players, and we've got some players that are coming back from injury and trying to make their mark back in the England squad, like myself and Claire Purdy. And it's really going to help kind of develop the strength and depth of this England squad going into the World Cup next year.
That's fantastic. Now, you yourself have played both the sevens game and the 15s. You've been down to New Zealand. You've played the Black Ferns. For some of the girls who may have more of the sevens experience, given the size of England's sevens program, how is it trying to make that transition between sevens and 15s?
I think both of the codes lend each other really well to kind of developing the game as a whole. There's lots of skills in sevens positively transferable to 15s and vice versa. We have a squad of elite squad of players of 44 to 50 players, and within that squad we have 7s and 15s players, and there's a lot of transfer and crossover. So I think by playing either code, then you put yourself in good contention for crossover as well.
Now, this tournament is primarily an effort to try and strengthen the levels of competition for North American countries. Canada and the United States obviously aren't in the RBS Six Nations,
yep.
So it's a thrill for them to be able to see to play teams like South Africa and England. Can you tell us a little bit about what you've been seeing about the standard, the quality of the athlete development in England over the last few years as rugby is now in the Olympics and there's more money that's begun to flow?
I've noticed a massive increase in the quality of play all across the world, but yeah, especially in the North American teams. I mean, it was a few years ago that England dominated along with New Zealand, but nowadays it's a much more level playing field, and it's a much more exciting game to watch, especially with the sevens being in the Olympics. I've noticed some countries with this influx of money have been able to develop their athletes and really kind of compete at the top level. So it's really good to see, really good for women's rugby and women's sport in general.
So when you show up to a tournament like this, you've had girls who have shown up from New Zealand, girls who have shown up from England, and you've been put together in a squad that has to play in a tournament with very limited prep time. How do you go about preparing for a situation like that? What's the first priority?
It's tough. It's really tough. As you say, like, people have been pulled from all over the place. Some of these girls haven't met each other before our training camps leading up to this competition. But what we do first and foremost is we try to gel as a team with our training, with our social kind of aspects in the evening. Everyone's together. We work as hard as a unit. Everyone gets to know each other, and the ethos really is on the team gelling. And that's what we work hard to try and achieve.
So we're looking at the scoreline now. It's 19-13 for Canada, but both teams have kind of shown that they've been able to find space out there. What would you like to see England do in the second half?
I'd like to see them move the ball wide a little bit more. I'd like to see them put extra pressure on the Canadians, on the Canadian back line. But as you say, there's been some great play from both teams. It's a really exciting game of rugby, and it could go either way, so I'm excited to see the second half.
England's Georgina Roberts, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Have a total upper center for how many minutes available? 307. Oh, how many minutes do you have left? Let me make sure. 307. Good work, man.
It's underneath the med table and the auxiliary medical room. Alright, I'll go get that.
Substitution for Canada, number 3 off, Hillary Lee, and number 17, Clara Pegg, going on.
Kelly Mark is going to go grab that phone bag right now.
Any subs for England?
Where are you guys?
Yeah, it's just make sure she's not.
Jeff Hull back with you here at the 2013 Nations Cup. We're getting ready for the kickoff of the second half, and we have a substitution for Canada. We have Clara Pegg coming on in place of Hillary Live, and Canada making a front row substitution now to try and get some experience for Clara in the front row against England. Obviously a nation known for its very strong front row play. Canada are going to receive here, and they have looked very dangerous in attack. No doubt Coach Francois Ratier is going to want them to concentrate on their defense, especially in the outside channels. Canada are going to look to move it here. They have not kicked very much in this game for field position. They're going to try and retain possession and thereby starve England of possession, and that seems to be the game plan. Francois Ratier has them playing an excellent brand of attacking rugby, and there is a chip kick through and the chase as well. England on the back foot, but they have moved it. You sense that if they had moved it left, they would have been okay, but they are away down the right side. A chance here for England if they can collect the ball smoothly, and they have!
Try number 9 for England, Fiona Davidson.
Fiona Davidson from the Richmond Rugby Club in London with a chip kick of her own in the chase down the right side. A brilliant display of individual skill. And England's scrum half has taken the matter into her own hands to bring her team back and score first here in the second half. And you have to believe that Coach Graham Smith could not have asked for a better start for England. That type of response was exactly what they wanted. Canada was up too quickly. Their chasers did not anticipate the chip kick. And Fiona Davidson has given a chance for her team to take the lead. England looking for the conversion kick from a difficult angle. Goddard with the kick. It is away to the right.
Conversion unsuccessful. The score is Canada 19, England 18.
Canada clinging to a very narrow 1-point lead here as England have struck first in the second half here at the IRB Nations Cup. Magali Harvey gets us started again. Canada looking to apply pressure, and they seem to be missing their tackles, Canada, and they're going to want to tighten that up now as England look to move the ball in a much more aggressive fashion. Canada slowing it down a bit. Richardson caught in possession. Good play at the breakdown by Canada. They've slowed this right down. England are going to use the forwards to try and gain a little momentum. Canada resetting. Kelly Russell helping her team at the breakdown area. Canada's player of the year, Maria Sampson at lock also. Excellent block, and England are going to have to start again. Canada with only one player back if that kick should come. And there's another missed tackle as England looks to break. They need quick ball here. They can't give Canada time to reset. Richardson calling in her forwards. They do move the ball though. Richardson again looking to try and establish some continuity for England. Blackwood on the tackle for Canada. Canada's line taking a little bit longer to set than it otherwise has today. You wonder about the altitude in the second half. This is the first game that either one of these teams will have played in altitude, even though the temperature is beginning to drop here. But England are beginning to move the ball again. There's another kick. And Bianca Farella is going to take it away for Canada. She has Sevens quality speed. And then Kelly Russell is in on the clear out.
By red. On your push, just make sure the ball is in. Okay.
To Apple. Go. Go England!
Crouch. Bind. Set. Yes, 9.
England get the ball moving through their backs, trying to play some more enterprising rugby. You heard Georgina Roberts calling at halftime for them to play a more expansive game. And this time, it results in a knock-on. Canada will have the scrum.
Bind.
That just means I'm going to come on again.
Back ahead, okay? Get in your hole. Not back ahead, please. Bind. Set. Hold.
Canada come away with it, but the ball was a little bit scrappy off the scrum, and England have now hacked it forward. The chase is on. Alari back there, but the referee has her arm out, and Leah Berard is going to call the teams back for an England scrum. As we mentioned, this is the very first game that either one of these two teams are going to have played at altitude here in Colorado. But the temperature here in Greeley has really dropped, and we're actually beginning to see storm clouds overtake us
Perhaps
here.
we're head on head. They just need to go in the hole.
We may very well get some rain before this game is over.
Coach. Bind. Set. Hold. That's not.
Canada are going to have a quick tap penalty, and Kelly Russell is away with it. She finds Farella on the wing, who cuts inside. Canada look to move the ball quickly. Bernier moves the ball out. Maria Sampson takes it forward. Canada soaking up England defenders. What can they do with it? Canada with an excellent line break. Cheryl Phillips had took the ball in for Canada, and England are penalized. Canada with another quick tap. Andrea Burke moves it, and that was Jessica Duvon taking the ball in. Canada doing an excellent job. Magali Harvey down the far side. Harvey's away, and she is in the corner. Magali Harvey.
Try Canada. Magali Harvey, number 11. The score is now Canada 24, England 18.
You can see the look on Canada's face. Captain Kelly Russell and Magali Harvey ecstatic that Canada has been able to answer the early England score. And Andrea Burke will be called on once again to try and complete a difficult conversion. Magali Harvey is one of several outstanding players from the province of Quebec here in Colorado with the Canadian national team. Coach Francois Ratier has done an excellent job in mining Quebec rugby for some fantastic players. And we are going to see two players come off here for Canada. It looks like Kelly Russell and Latoya Blackwood, both off the field. No, I'm sorry, it's Maria Sampson and Latoya Blackwood who are coming off. And Tyson Bukaboom and Kayla Mack have come on for Canada. You can hear the wind pick up here.
Conversion is unsuccessful. The score remains Canada 24, England 18. While the conversion was being attempted, Canada made two replacements. Number 4, Latoya Blackwood, and number 5, Maria Sampson leave the field. And number 19, Tyson Bukaboom, and number 20, Kayla Mack have come on to replace them.
You don't have to have world-class hearing to hear that the wind is picking up here, and that's going to affect more than one thing. It's in England that definitely appreciates their kicking game more than Canada here today, and the wind is going to start to play havoc not only with conversion kicks but kicks for position as well. Canada has the opportunity to get possession again here, and let's see what they do with it. Canada on the charge. Another scrappy breakdown. And Leah Berard gives Canada possession again. Bernier to Kelly Russell, but the referee is bringing them back. Tap not taken from the right position. And it looks like Canada now will kick for a touch. Cheryl Phillips buys about 2 meters. It's unfortunate that that tap was not given for the Canadians. But with about 30 minutes left in this game, Canada has made a replacement at hooker as well. Jane Kirby coming off.
Substitution for Canada. Number 2, Mary Jane Kirby is leaving the field, and number 18, Kim Donaldson has come on.
You've heard the announcer, that was Kim Donaldson coming on the field, and England took the line out and are playing off scrappy ball, but they are moving forward. Looking to move the ball wide as they have been for most of the second half. The chip kick comes, and that is Alyssa Alari on the counter charge. She makes a kick herself, and England fly hack it forward. This always creates an interesting dynamic as half the players on the field were offside there. But Canada still have possession. They haven't kicked to clear their lines very much today. What will they do here? It is, looks like they're going to try and drive through the forwards a little bit. And we are feeling the first drops of rain here in Greeley, Colorado. And you can see it on your screen. Canada moving forward through Kelly Russell, but the players are not resetting as quickly as they did in the first half. There's Bianca Farella. She's isolated, and England are piling through. Good clear out by Andrea Burke, but again, Canada with isolated players. England flying into the breakdown, trying to overturn, but we have a serious injury as the physios are going to run onto the field. England has a penalty. And there is a player down for England. This is certainly within Megan Goddard's range, and the kick would do much to close the gap for England. Thanks to our supporting sponsor AIG, Team USA will now take on the New Zealand Maori All Blacks on November 9th at Philadelphia's PPL Park. Tickets are now available and on sale. Go to usarugby.org for more information.
Megan Goddard. Coming on, number 23, Lauren Kettel.
England are not going to go for posts here. They are going to go for the corner. And why not? They're down by a single try here in the second half. And this is enterprising play from England. This is the type of ambition you'd like to see from a team at a tournament like this. And you're going to expect the catch and drive to come. Canada looks to disrupt in the air, but England have it. It's to ground. England are going to have to move it through the forwards. Canada with excellent body position, and they look to establish the driving maul off the slow pick. Canada look a little fractured. England starting to move forward here. Referee Leah Berard in position. And she is calling the possession, held up. Her arm is out, and Kelly Russell is celebrating with her Canadian teammates. They have turned that ball over and held up an English scrum, an English maul. Wind and rain joining us here at the Nations Cup in Greeley, Colorado. And while we thank you for joining us, we can't say as much about this new weather system. Canada have the scrum, but what can they do from this position? You feel that if ever they were going to kick through their lines, this would be it.
You guys listen to me. Don't have these problems. Any of this when it's going on, okay? First, of course. White and red. White dropping. Coach! What did I just say?
Go red!
Did I say bind? Set.
Canada look to have been awarded the free kick here, and they are going to kick for touch. Not an easy thing with the wind having picked up here.
You gotta keep your feet. You can't be going like this, okay? Bine's gotta stay upright. You never stay set. Try harder.
And so Kim Donaldson, Canada's new hooker, having replaced Jane Kirby, is going to see about trying to get Canada possession off the line-out. Canada's line-out has not been firing well at all today. They're going to see if they can get some clean possession.
You're out. Line out set. Get out.
Not easy with this wind. And it is away. Kelly Russell collects, but Leah Berard calling not straight, and a knock forward actually is the call. It's going to be an England scrum.
Yeah. Bind. Set. Yes, 9.
Number 8 pick up at the back, and England are away. Fiona Davidson looks to get her team moving. Fumbled by the fly half, and Canada are all over this. Good pressure by Canada. Knock on by England. As it seems that the Winds are going to do their best to wreak havoc with the remainder of this game. The pace has slowed slightly. You get the feeling that both teams are starting to feel the pace of the match. With 20 minutes left in this game, the excellent attacking rugby that we saw for the first 50 minutes has slowed a little bit. Again, we've had kind of a series of scrums that have required a little bit of talking to from Leah Berard.
You know what we can do? I'll drop your green line. And you can go right on midfield. Or right to the side of midfield. Yeah, we need power. That's true.
Bind. Set. Yes, 9.
Canada come away with it. Kelly Russell over the ball.
Roll whites.
Good clear out work by Canada. Bernier and the chip kick on the wing. Canada recover and they're away. Cheryl Phillips. Ball at Bernier has been caught in possession. It's stripped.
I'm fine.
Canada maintaining it. Kelly Russell at the back. Forward they go. Canada's back line set. Bernier calling on her forwards to power England backwards for a little bit. And now it goes to the back. Cheryl Phillips. And a wide ball. Jessica Duvin trying to clean that up. Canada look isolated out there, but they are back in numbers to secure. There's an excellent give to Kelly Russell on the offload again. Canada's forwards starting to get into the action now. Bernier moves it, and there may be space. Waters out to the left-hand side. Burke. Once again, an excellent tackle. Jessica Duvin is put to ground. England have turned this over. Isabel Noel-Smith on the charge for England, and again they come left. The wind is playing havoc with the long passes here today, and the inside ball is good. Kay Wilson is away for fullback for England, and England have an excellent attacking chance. Can they take advantage? They come left, but England don't have numbers. Canada up very well in defense, and they have slowed this ball down. Canada's defensive line has been set. England are going to have to start again. They come right. Forwards through the middle of the field for England, and big hits coming in from the Canadians.
Roll out red.
The ball goes right again, and they may have an overlap on the right-hand side. Excellent tackling. The offload. Julie Hope down the right-hand side. Her legs pumping, trying to inch closer to that Canadian try line. The ball has come loose. England still have it. They come left. Back screaming for the ball on the left-hand side as England move forward. They keep it in the forward pack, inches away. England securing possession, and now they come left. There's the overlap. One more pass should do it. Oh, it's been knocked forward. And lost forward by a disappointed England backline. Just moments before, England's backs were screaming on the left-hand side of the field for the ball. And in the end, the space was there. The pass just not going to hand. Canada holding steady with their 7-point lead with 20 minutes left to go here, but they are
the water break
deep
now, ladies.
into their own end. And we are going to take a water break here at the Nations Cup. Feel free to get yourself a cup of coffee or a cold beverage of your choosing.
Right. Exactly. Yeah, and
Rugby fans
that you can't
and
hold your
Eagles
mind, but
fans,
so nothing's stable.
please get your tickets now for the 2015 Rugby World Cup qualifiers between the USA Eagles and Canada on August 17th at Blackbaud Stadium in Charleston, South Carolina. Go to usarugby.org/USAV for all the details.
Substitution for England. Coming off, number 1, Rochelle Clark. Coming on, number 17, Claire Purdy.
For all the focus that women's rugby will get here at the Nations Cup, it is incredibly important that North American rugby fans turn out in strength for these World Cup qualifiers.
Right.
They are the most important men's matches you are likely to see
And that's what she said. That's what she said.
this calendar year, and those should be a pair of equitable classes in Charleston and Toronto.
Yeah. I know we were talking about how it's difficult because you're supposed to be telling
Both
us
teams
when
huddling
it's
here
going, so I don't-
as referee Leah Berard
I don't
talking to
know.
her touch judges about the wind and about some of the gameplay that you're seeing here on the field. When play resumes, England is going to have
Substitution for England. Coming off,
when play
coming
resumes.
off, number 7, Isabel Knowles-Smith. Coming on, number 20, Vicky Fleetwood.
Vicky Fleetwood is on the field for England, and when they begin play, they will have an excellent attacking position. Should they secure possession from this lineout? Kim Donaldson with the throw for Canada. It is long, and the ball has been lost. England are going to take possession with the aforementioned excellent attacking position.
Yep. Here's the line to your left of it, yeah?
England! Sing! Second! Back row! Sing!
Coach! Bind! Set!
Hold! Hold!
Hold. Yes, 9.
England have it at the back, and they are going to look to drive this Canadian scrum. They come away with it on the left-hand side. It's a one-on-one chance. And an excellent tackle. Canada look to have held this up. That is Alyssa Alare on the bottom of that pile, and she is responsible. Our apologies. That was Megan Gibbs on the floor for Canada, doing an excellent job of saving a try. England will once again have the 5-meter scrum. A bit of an injury here as the players are seen to. Feel free to use the hashtag NationsCup or tweet me at RugbyScribe with your questions, and perhaps we'll get to them at halftime between between these games, we have USA Eagles versus South Africa coming up as our second match here in Greeley, Colorado on day 1 of the 2013 Nations Cup. England will have the put in. A very strong push on the last scrum for England. Layra Berard having her hands full here to try and maintain order with the
Both
front
you guys
rows.
just come in straight, okay? The quicker we can get this stable, the less you have to cross, all right? You just want to watch that there first. And listen for me over here, please. Okay? Five. Set.
England get the shove on and they come away with it from the number 8 position. Looking to move the ball right. Magali Harvey up fiercely in attack, but England have an overlap on the right-hand side. Jessica Duvon and Alyssa Alare holding up the English player. Can they keep her from moving forward? England are going to try and maul this to the ground. And it's on the ground now. Do Canada have it? No, it's on the England side. England look to have a big overlap on the left if they can move the ball quickly. It's coming slowly and Canada look to have adjusted. Poor pass. But here's a chance down the left-hand side, inside ball. And England are going to be in the corner. We have a touch judge's flag that is up. Leah Berard talking to her touch judge.
Well, I'm keeping time running, so. You gonna be okay here, White? We've got to keep time running because of the weather. You okay here? We've got to keep time running because of the weather so we don't have to stop play. Okay? Let's go, please, White. Let's go, please. Red, let's go, please. Water off. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yep.
Minus the mark. Minus the mark.
Your whole line. Thank you. Yeah, you're good. You're fine. You're fine.
We had a touch judge's call that the England player had been put out of bounds, and so Canada had the line out, but now it has come back to England on a free kick and they go for the line. England's forwards flying in over the ball trying to protect. Canada's up bravely in defense, but England are inches away. Interesting play there, the Canadian coming through, the referee has her arm out. Leah Berard is calling Canada back, and this may very well be a talking to.
Wait. 235 White, red 9.
Substitution for Canada, coming off, number 9, Stephanie Bernier, coming on, number 21, Julia Sugawara.
Hold on.
Canada had come through there at the breakdown and it looked to have knocked that ball down illegally, but Leah Berard is calling for a scrum.
England substitution, coming off, number 5, Rowena Burnfield, coming on, number 19, Zoe Sainer. Also coming off, number 3, Laura Keats, coming on, number 18, Justine Lucas. And finally, coming off, number 2, Emma Croker, coming on, number 16, Mercedes Foy.
England once again have to put into the scrum, and they have been camped at the Canadian 5-meter line for a very long time. Canada, Francois Ratier, have now subbed in Julia Sugawara into scrum half, and a more experienced player would be hard to find in the Canadian system. A World Cup veteran and a very, very good distributor of the ball. Sugawara is going to have to work here to try and shut down her opposite number, and England have the free kick from the back. They charge at the line. Canada frantic in defense. They move the ball, another charge at the line, another big tackle. England trying desperately to get the tying try here. Charge after charge at the line is being turned back, but they are inches away. Big hits coming in from Canada, trying hard to knock England backwards, praying for a knock-on. They are moving the ball wide, and it's a one-on-one opportunity. Another tackle. Jessica Devon and Magali Harvey out there. Alyssa Olari is going to have to make a tackle. Canada making every tackle that's being asked of them, answering every question England can pose. Forwards have their chance now, but they are all the way back at the 5-meter line, are having to work their way towards the try line again. More England forwards on the charge. Canada doing everything they can to keep England out. Kelly Russell now over the ball. Canada fighting tooth and nail. Leah Berard has her arm up, and Canada not rolling away is the call. England go quickly. Kelly Russell up to charge. You wonder if Canada were all the way back to the line. England are going to have to go from a 10 meters out position, but they are working their way again towards the line. Canada again at the breakdown. Some very sketchy play, but Leah Berard is happy and lets it go. Canada have possession of the ball, and they are going to have a chance to clear their lines with 10 minutes left in the game. England have been kept out, and if Canada can clear their lines here, the pressure will be off. Sugawara back, and the kick finds touch. England are going to have a line out 6 meters out from the Canadian try line. Canada had an opportunity to clear their lines, but the danger remains. With 10 minutes left here, it seems an eternity since Canada have been out of their own end. An arm in the line out, and Canada have secured possession again. Kelly Russell takes it on the forward drive.
Let's go, Laura! Let's go, Kelly! Put your legs, JC, come on!
Canada moving the ball left. Again, they have constantly over the course of today, Canada have decided to run the ball from deep. And at this point, it looks to have cost them possession of the ball at a crucial moment. 9 minutes left in the game. England are going to have the scrum due to a Canadian knock forward. You get the sense that Graham Smith could not have asked for any more than the amount of possession his team is enjoying here late in the second half. If England are unable to cross the Canadian try line here and tie the game up, they will rue these missed opportunities. Sugawara into the game for Canada now at scrum half is going to look to apply pressure at the back. And here comes a run at the line for England. Again, Canada makes the tackle. England are 2-3 feet away. More England forwards on the charge. Canada looking to get their arms on the ball. The ball is loose. England dive on it, but they've gone backwards. Canada driving through, trying desperately to get possession. Leah Berard has called a halt, and she is awarding yet another scrub to England. Canada has been on defense here for upwards of 15 minutes.
Substitution for Canada. Coming off, number 1, Laura Russell. Coming on, number 16, Marie-Pierre Pinot-Reid.
Laura Russell is off, and Marie-Pierre Pinot-Reid is on for Canada. Cramp now starting to set in for many of these players, and it's no wonder. The intensity of the match, the high altitude, the fact that many of these players will not have been playing together or even had a 15s game in a good long time. With 7 minutes left to go, England once again stepped to the scrum, looking to get the drive on and get that try that they have been in search of for 15 minutes. Once again, Leah Berard is going to reset them. You get the sense that if Canada could just get the ball to halfway, an enormous sense of satisfaction would go through the team, and you wonder if that wouldn't be all it would take to close this game out. But England have the ball at the back again. Will this be their chance? Once again on the number 8 pickup. Once again, England drive forward, looking for the offload. They are once again inches away. Canada fighting with everything they've got, looking for the post pad. England know the rules well. If they can get that ball against the pad, it will be a try. Referee has her arm out for England. Canada have infringed. Another run at the line, and England have their try.
Try for England. Number 10, Kerry Lodge.
Well, you got the sense that Canada had been playing dangerously.
The score is now 24 Canada and 23 England.
Kerry Large finally doing what her team had attempted to do for 15 minutes straight, finally breaking a heroic Canadian defense. But now look where Megan Goddard is going to be able to kick from, right in front of the posts. And all of a sudden, ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves an incredibly close affair. It's no less than England deserved. They played heroically, holding on to possession, not giving up, continuing to press forward, even when Canada looked to have had their number, making every single tackle for minutes on end. Goddard will now look to tie the game.
Conversion attempt is successful by number 10, Kerry Lodge. The score is now Canada 24, England 25. During the conversion attempt, there was a substitution by England. Number 11, Lydia Thompson came off, and number 22, Emily Scott came on.
England have taken the lead. It's 25-24 with 4 minutes left. Bianca Farella has stolen the kickoff for Canada, and they look to come away with it. Canada need points with 4 minutes left as Sugawara moves her team left. Cheryl Phillips on the charge. Canada need a surge of energy here to take advantage. And the ball is scrappy. It goes backwards, and Canada have possession, but they are out of sorts and will look to reorganize. Canada need to organize their attack as they are being driven backwards. A forward move to the left for Canada, and they come away with it. Cheryl Phillips, past Andrea Burke to Jessica Devon, on the charge. Canada need quick ball. Sugawara on the snipe, to the left, the offload, Kelly Russell, inside ball. Canada on the charge, they need some help, and Canada are inches away. They are 6 meters out after a series of offloads. They move it left, Andrea Burke. Magali Harvey! And Canada!
Canada, number 11, Magali Harvey. The score is now Canada 29, England 25.
Canada had gone upwards of 50 to 20 minutes without being in possession of the ball, but look what they've done. Bianca Farella making a heroic recovery of the ball on the kickoff, subsequently being involved with Kelly Russell and others on a series of offloads before Magali Harvey was freed on the left side of the field. 29-25 as Andrea Burke steps up to try and extend the Canadian lead. Under 3 minutes to play here in the first match of the 2013 Nations Cup. What a start this has been, ladies and gentlemen. If you're a fan of attacking rugby, you could not have asked for more. Canada's sevens athletes have been all over the field today.
Control, red, control. Let's go, Blair, let's go. Hey.
Andrea Burke with the kick.
Control, right, tight, control.
And that kick is no good.
Conversion attempt unsuccessful. England substitution coming off. Number 9, Fiona Davidson. Coming on, number 21, Charlotte Kane.
Technical advisor to the Canadians 15s program and head coach of the 7s program, John Tate, screaming from the sidelines, asking his players for ball control. With 1 minute and 48 seconds left on the clock, Canada need to hold on to possession and starve England of the ball. They come forward, an ambitious pass within their own 22. Canada move the ball left. They need possession, and lots of it. Kelly Russell is through the middle, looking for help. Magali Harvey now on the ball. Canada is playing ambitious rugby with Jessica Duvin coming away. Harvey in over the ball with Russell. Sugawara moves the ball right. Canada playing attacking rugby here with a minute left. John Tate asked for ball control. He's getting a flurry of attack instead. A big hit. And Canada again move it with Sugawara. Alyssa Alare with Bianca Farella on her wing. Andrea Burke comes through. Canada driving forward. They have possession. They are 20 meters away. Sugawara with the sniping run. They need help, and the ball has been put to ground. They need to secure it. Canada's forwards are going to look to get the drive on here. There are 30 seconds left. They need to maintain possession, and England, of all things, need a turnover now. Sugawara marshalling her forwards, and she moves the ball to the backs. An ambitious plan with this much time left. You'd think they'd want to just tighten the clock down, but Canada want another try. England lying over the ball. Sugawara comes right. Cheryl Phillips with a run for the line. Alyssa Alare over the ball. Andrea Burke looking on a run to the right. Canada are 6 feet away. There is no time left on our game clock here at the Communications Center. We'll see how much time Leah Berard has on her watch. Canada are looking for a final try of what would be an outstanding game. And Julia Sugawara kicks the ball to touch, and Canada have a win.
As referee Leah Berard calls full time, the final score is Canada 29, England 25.
An absolutely frantic last few moments of play here at the IRB Nations Cup Match 1. Canada drove England the length of the field, and with no time left on the clock, Julia Sugawara, the calm head, kicks the ball to touch to give Canada a famous victory for them. England are the 2011 champions, the defending champions at the Nations Cup, and now Canada have knocked them off here in Match 1. Coach Francois Ratier shaking hands with his opposite number, and this has been an outstanding performance by both teams, but Canada will go into the second match day undefeated. And this, my friends, represents nothing less than the 5th straight win by the Canadian women's program. The Canadians U20 squad having gone undefeated at the junior version of this tournament in England only a few weeks ago. Questions were asked about Canada. They hadn't taken the field in 2 years. And on their very first match, they knock off the defending champions from England. What an outstanding start here at the 2013 IRB Nations Cup. Canada come away victors, 29-25 over England. We'll be back shortly.
Yeah, the truck in the, yeah, that one, yeah, so yeah, and I'll leave some stuff there. Yeah, that one there. So I'll leave some stuff in the doors. So when we get it, I'll put it in and we'll get it. That's okay. No, of course. Want it to go? Bring it in. Just carry it over there. Yeah. Then I need to get it back to the block. Alright, so you can use the truck to help get it there. In about half an hour or so. Leave all the stuff in the back door and get it inside. Yeah, we'll just leave it at the back door and then we'll just get it all back to the
I was just taking out my ears. What?
right now.
He's going to leave me up.
We can
Good work there, Johnny. Stuff all over their musicals. I don't know. Like all gummed up. Show him. The hands are all gummed up. Literally like stick them on the camera? Yeah. I don't know anything about that camera, homie. Sorry. Isn't it? Good out. Yes. Look, this will be off camera. I'm good to be off too. A little worried there. Did you not like to be worried?
really like it's almost. It's always like.
Maybe there was something stuck on the
Oh, no worries. That was fun.
I'm glad you got smacked at the end. It was all you gave at the end.
Yeah, I couldn't move to like go grab my lens cloth out of my bag.
But the second one, Sure. Look at the rainbow. It sounds like Samson.
So it's still going to be brutalized, but maybe not as bad.
Hey, Linnell. Linnell. Ham's last name is Danzowitz.
Excuse me, Mr. IRB person. Claire Hadley, referee. Claire.
Well, you just start sweating down your arm.
I have more. I have more. Kelly the page.
Boa, do you know the next stop? What? Who's the next stop? Doug Schwartz.
So, are we looking for the match?
Match doctor.
Having the player wearing number 12 had one injury.
Looks like a player of the tournament or a match.
Okay, cool. We're going to boys, South Africa, girls, USA.
They were brand new when they came out.
You guys did the 5-minute knock, please.
Introducing your teams for the second match of the Women's Nations Cup 2013. For the away team, South Africa, number 1, Nadine Boita, number 2, Celeste Murray, number 3, Portia Yonga, number 4, Cindy Boy, number 5, Andrea Mentor, number 6, Lamla Mamoti, number 7, Nawai Ngatu, number 8, Mara Williams, number 9, Fundi Plaki, number 10, Zanai Jordan, number 11, Malian Pranya, number 12, Vuyo Wetu Bazi, number 13, Methrin Simmers, number 14, Fumeza Gadu, number 15, Manizel Rabi, number 16, Tunde Ketu, number 17, Lorian Johannes, number 18, Annalie Pretorius, number 19, Vyukazi Mbonda, number 20, Tammy Fellini, number 21, Zandil Nojoko, number 22, Varushka Grime, number 23, Daphne Skeppers. And for the USA, number 1, Hope Rogers, number 2, Kittery Wagner, number 3, Jamie Burke, number 4, Carmen Farmer, number 5, Molly Kinsella, number 6, Stacey Bridges, number 7, Shayna Turley, number 8, Jillian Potter, number 9, Kate Daly, number 10, Sadie Anderson, number 11, Erica Kavanagh, number 12, Sylvia Broughton, number 13, Emily Bidewell, number 14, Ashley Kamishik, number 15, number 15, Christy Riggenberg, number 16, Sarah Shabbat, number 17, Sarah Wilson, number 18, Katie Augustine, number 19, Kristen Zanzovich, number 20, Sarah Walsh, Number 21, Megan Bonney. Number 22, Kimber Rosaire. Number 23, Jossie Singh.
Was it close?
Nelson's gonna make it, yeah, Bob. Looks like he might go down. Nelson.
This guy.
Well, as if in response to the brilliant attacking rugby we've seen here at the 2013 Nations Cup, we have rainbows over us here in Greeley, Colorado. Thank you very much for joining us here on USA Rugby TV, and we are getting ready for our second match at the first match day of the Nations Cup. It's your USA Eagles versus South Africa. We'll have the national anthems coming up for you in just a minute. Please follow us at #NationsCup and let us know of your support for your USA Eagles. We had a fantastic first match with Canada knocking off defending champions England. What will the second match have in store? Like Canada, South Africa have not taken to the field since the 2011 version of this event. Since then, they have focused the majority of their attention on their sevens program, and in this, they have had some success. The Lady Springboks made the event final of the 2012 Dubai Sevens and went on to enjoy a respectable first season on the IRB 7 Series. No strangers to an upset, South Africa downed the USA in round-robin play 2 years ago at the Nations Cup. The USA will be remembering that today. Their U20 team just defeated England in the junior versions of this tournament 2 weeks ago, and the USA Eagles will be the first test for South Africans as they come here to the elevated heights of Colorado in search of yet another upset. And then there are your USA Eagles. Seldom has there been a greater sense of optimism surrounding the USA women's program. Having worked hard under their coach Rick Suggan in the Sevens program, the Eagles have battled their way to a bronze medal finish at the IRB Sevens World Cup in Moscow. Less than 2 months ago, the Eagles returned to the 15s field and hosted a 3-match series against the French national side, the same French side that defeated England and finished second in the RBS Six Nations. The Eagles won the first match in that series and went on to lose 2 razor-close finishes to the French before coming here to Colorado. The USA Eagles, coached by Peter Steinberg, are looking for big things here as they host the 2013 version of the Nations Cup. Please make sure you follow the Eagles everywhere by visiting usarugby.org. Follow them on Twitter.
Welcome, rugby fans, to the IRB Women's Nations Cup for 2013. Please make welcome for the second match of the tournament, South Africa and your USA Eagles.
Follow your Eagles on Twitter, ladies and gentlemen, at USA Rugby. South Africa and USA coming now onto the pitch.
At this time, please be upstanding for the national anthems of South Africa and the USA.
Are there two better anthems in World Rugby than the Star Spangled Banner and the South African National Anthem? We are getting ready for a second fantastic batch of rugby here at the IRB Women's Nations Cup. I am Jeff Hull, featured columnist for CNN's Bleacher Report. You can follow me on Twitter at RugbyScribe, and you can follow this tournament and tweet us at #NationsCup. Referee Claire Hadnett is ready to get us started, and we have some fantastic teams out on the pitch for today. The South African lineup is as follows. Nadine Botha, Celeste Marius, Portia Yonga are the front rows. Nodlielso Bwai and Andrea Montour are in the second row for South Africa, while Lamla Montoy, Nwoisa Nigatu, and Mandisa Williams is their captain, completes the South African back row. Fonduisia Plendachi is at scrum half. Xenia Jordan is vice captain. Marion Konje is on the wing. Guliatu Vazi is in the center. Matherian Simmers is at 13. Fuzima Gadu is on the wing. And look out for Marizial Rabi at fullback. She is full of speed, as is the majority of this South Africa team, many of whom have sevens experience. The coach of South Africa is Aslam Abrams. South Africa are in possession now, deep in their own end, and a quality clearance is made as the USA Eagles look to spread the ball and counterattack, and this they've done well. The Eagles reorganize their back line and power through. The USA forwards trying to exert themselves early in this match. South Africa is going to have to match their intensity if they want to keep the USA out here at the start of this second fixture. Out comes the ball to the left, and the USA spins it wide. The USA's have back rows out wide as they attempt to maul the ball forward. Powerful runners everywhere for the USA Eagles. Again, another charge by the Eagles at the line. South Africa looking to organize their defense. It was Sadie Anderson, the USA fly half, on the charge. And we are now, with that knock forward, going to be able to give you the USA lineup. Hope Rogers is promoted from the U20 program up to the full program of the Nations Cup here in Colorado. Kittery Wagner is at hooker with Jamie Burke completing the front row. Carmen Farmer and Molly Kinsella are the locks today for USA. Stacey Bridges, Shania Turley, and Jillian Porter complete the United States back row, and a fearsome one it is. Kate Daly and Sadie Anderson will complete the halfback combination and will try and organize the USA attack. Erica Kavanaugh is on one wing, while Sylvia Bratton and Emily Bidwell are in the centers. Ashley Kamerick and Christy Rettenberg complete the USA back line, and the Eagles have it again and are driving towards the South African try line. Everyone knows that USA Eagles love a physical game of rugby, and now they're going to try and spin the ball wide. They have an overlap. They just need to move it, and an unfortunate knock-on for the Eagles. Claire Hadnett will call a stop to play, and we'll have another scrum. It will be South African ball.
Hey, no, why didn't we think of that?
South Africa look to clear their lines, and their ball will not go into touch. USA fullback takes it and is racing away. She has only to reach for the line, but is pulled into touch by a desperate tackle. The USA have themselves a penalty, it looks like, and the scrum has been called for. We'll give you the USA bench now. We have Sarah Sharbat and Sarah Wilson as the reserve props. Katie Augustin and Kristen Zidanzowicz and will be the reserve forwards along with Sarah Walsh. And the three reserve backs are Megan Bonner, Kimber Rosier, and Josie Shang. The USA Eagles are coached by none other than Peter Steinberg.
Coach! Boy! Stop! Yes, 9.
USA work the ball out. They are taking another charge at the line here. South Africa working frantically to stop them and keep them out. Eagles organizing just inches away. A drive to the line, and there you have it. The opening try of the game to the USA Eagles.
Try USA to number 1, Hope Rogers. The USA leads 5-0.
And how about that for a reward for young Hope Rogers? Just a few weeks ago, she was helping the USA to a finals appearance in the junior version of this tournament in England. Now, having started here in the match 1 for the senior version of the team, she has scored the opening try and has her team ahead 5-0. USA fly half Sadie Anderson lining up the kick that would make it a 7-0 lead for the USA Women's Eagles. Kick is good.
Conversion attempt by Sadie Anderson is successful. The USA now leads 7-0.
Well, we saw early breakthroughs in the Canada versus England game, and the same has held true here in match 2 on day 1 of the 2013 Nations Cup, with the USA breaking through early to put South Africa under pressure and ultimately score their first try. We have a little competition for you here at USA Rugby we'd like you to be aware of. You can win a signed USA Eagles jersey here at the Nations Cup by tweeting hashtag WRugbyFan. The best picture of a USA Rugby fan will win the prize, and we'll get that to you later today. The USA attempting to kick for position, and South Africa fumbled the ball, but ultimately it goes backwards. Return the favor, putting the USA back into their own end, and Sadie Anderson is back there now. What will she do? Once again, she puts her foot to it and wins the USA another 20 meters of field position. It will be a South African line out at midfield with about 7 minutes gone here on match 2. It is Celeste Marius on the throw-in for South Africa. USA is up and competing, but South Africa come away with it, and they sail forward. USA putting them under pressure, and the ball gets moved to the back line. USA backs up very quickly in defense. Bit of an overlap for South Africa on the left if they had seen it. USA competing very hard at the breakdown. And Claire Hadnett has her arm out. It will be a South African scrum.
Mandisa. Scrum number 6 will stay bound until the ball is out, please. Yep. Okay. Come on. Here we go. Guys, I need you slightly close, please.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. That's better.
So tall.
I know. Proud. You come down or not.
Okay.
Here we go, USA!
Coach! Bite! Set! Yes, 9.
South Africa has secure possession here, and they are having to fight very hard at the breakdown against an aggressive USA back row. A little run by the South African fly half, and the USA defensive line is set. Kick for clearance, and that is Christy Rittenberg at the back for the USA Eagles. An interesting choice of tactics here by South Africa. Out of all the teams here at the Nations Cup, they are the ones who have brought the most talent from the IRB 7 series. No less than 7 members of the starting South African 15 have experience on the IRB 7 circuit. Many of them played in the final of the 2012 Dubai Sevens against New Zealand. And yet we see South Africa kicking the ball for position. The USA taking a clean line out and getting the drive on. What will their first choice be? Here comes the kick again, and we'll see what the South African back three can do with this. Well taken and distributed by South Africa, and they return the kick. That looks to have gone out on the full though. An interesting idea, but you would have loved to see South Africa move the ball wide there. They had a few numbers back in all kinds of chase, in all kinds of space to move that ball. Instead, we have another USA lineout inside the South African half.
Well, on the way to the game.
Ball goes over the back, and the USA will look to clean up. Attempted fly hack by South Africa, and the ball is going to come back on their side. Let's see what they can do with it. The USA up very fast in defense. South African, Mandisa Williams, very lucky not to be on the receiving end of a huge USA hit. But now the US is driving them back. South Africa appear to be on roller skates, and now have reversed the favor. But what will happen? They need to either move this forward or put the ball to ground. USA seem to be holding them up. How long will Claire Hammond let this go? It is now on the ground, and the USA are going to come away with possession. Kate Daly looking at her options. Kate Daly, a very large scrum half for the United States. She will look to use her size. And now calling out for her forwards to come in on the charge. And this they will do. A very large back row for the United States. We will see more of them today. South Africa doing their best to apply pressure to the Americans. And they have their defensive line well set. A deliberate pace being set by Kate Daly, and she has knocked the ball on. We're going to see a South African scrum coming up in just a moment. You get the feeling that Pete Steinberg would like his squad to be slightly more aggressive with the ball at the breakdown, moving it quicker, trying to find space. We'll see what South Africa can do with this scrum.
Okay.
Yeah, buddy.
South Africa come away on the charge again. Asking questions of the USA defense, but they are finding aggressive USA tackles. As I mentioned, many of these South African players have experience on the IRB 7 circuit, so they will challenge, but the USA have drawn a penalty and they come away. Of course, the South Africans were not back the required 10 meters there, and now the USA is going to have an interesting option. The posts lie in front of them and 3 points lie available, and there was no mistake. Kate Daly walked up to the referee and pointed at the posts. The USA will attempt to extend their lead and bring this to a 10-0 advantage 15 minutes into the first half. Rhino Rugby is now an official supplier of scrummaging machines to USA Rugby. Practicing proper scrum technique is key to maximizing hit power and safety on your team. Go to rhinorugbyusa.com to order your scrum equipment today, like the famous Rhino Collision King. Sadie Anderson's kick is up, and the flags go up as well.
Penalty kick successful by number 10, Sadie Anderson. The USA now leads 10-0.
Make sure to be sending in those photos to us at W Rugby Fan. There is a signed USA Eagles jersey in it for the fan who demonstrates the most passion and tweets us to see how you're watching today's action of the Nations Cup here from Greeley, Colorado. Slightly offside were the South Africans, and the USA is going to have a quick tap from halfway, and they are going, the referee, Claire Hadnett, is going to call for the scrum.
That was the score, homie. Well, John had her first.
USA scrum at halfway here.
I wish we had assignments.
Kate Daly putting the ball in for the United States. For those of you who are interested in scrum laws, we are playing. And the USA has come away here. Ball going not to hands. An indication of the scrappiness of teams that have not played much rugby. It'll be a South African scrum, but as we mentioned, for those of you who are interested in IRB scrum laws, this tournament is playing under revised laws, and we're going to try and let you listen to the referee's calls to the players. Listen closely to some new scrum vocabulary.
Coach! Bind! Set! Yes, 9.
Excellent space being found by South Africa. USA putting their players to ground. There is no lack of speed here in this South Africa team as they move it to the wing. Can they keep the continuity going? South Africa's fly half is now put to ground. They need someone to step forward and organize play. USA flying into the breakdown, trying to disrupt, and they are over the top, out of position. And Claire Hadnett has awarded a full penalty to South Africa. Those of you who may have caught referee Hadnett's orders at the scrum, we'll talk about those in a moment as South Africa takes the quick tap and they are away. Big hits by the USA Eagles, but South Africa are moving the ball quickly. Trying to suck in USA defenders. The USA backline appears set and they are up quickly. Skip pass, and they are through. South Africa has broken the line and are away. South Africa are going to be awarded with their first try, and it was disturbingly simple.
Try South Africa, number 13, Mathurin Simmers. The score stands USA 10, South Africa 5.
It took 2 forward pod hits and a skip pass, and the South African number 13, Mathurin Simmers, was through, and she looked incredibly dangerous. We mentioned the 7 skills, and it only took a fraction of a gap for her to charge through and race under the post. South Africa are going to be looking to convert this try and pull themselves back to within 3 points of the USA Eagles. Our first match between Canada and England was famous for its broken play, its attacking rugby, and perhaps some defenses that the coaches will want to address in the days ahead here. 12 days of rugby here in Colorado, with our next match day coming up this Saturday, again in Greeley. Wind starting to pick up here.
South Africa's two medics. Who they are? Because I've got a gentleman over on the far sideline in a yellow bib from South Africa, and he doesn't look like a medic. He looks like a water carrier. I'll have to check it out. I got it.
Kick is up, and it's no good. South Africa
Conversion
respond.
attempt unsuccessful by number 15, Manazel Rabi. The score remains USA 10, South Africa 5.
USA with 5 points to the good against South Africa here in match 2 of the IRB Nations Cup. But already you get the sense of the type of rugby these teams are going to try and play. South Africa are going to try and play a dynamic style, as Coach Peter Steinberg expected. For those of you who read the USA release at usarugby.org, USA coaching staff knew full well the dynamic style of play that South Africa was capable of, and you saw it in that South African try. The USA now trying to run some rugby of their own. It's Sadie Anderson on the charge, and the USA forwards look to secure. Front rows into the line for the USA, driving South Africa backwards, but they need to move the ball quickly. Another fumble, and the referee lets play go on. Some scrappy passing by the Americans. USA have wingers, and now there is a breakthrough, and the USA are in the corner. It was Emily Bidwell.
USA, number 13, Emily Bidwell.
From nothing, Emily Bidwell puts her head down, goes for the line, and has given her team yet another try. Their second of the day. Should the USA be able to score 4 tries here today, it would help them in the tournament standings, as it would award them a bonus point. And Sadie Anderson will now try and wait for a bit of calm wind before she attempts to win this conversion for her team.
Waiting for him to get off here.
Some ominous signs coming for South Africa now on these missed tackles.
My bad. I know where the chicken is. My bad.
Conversion is no good.
Conversion attempt unsuccessful by Sadie Anderson. The score remains USA 15, South Africa 5.
You'd think that Coach Peter Steinberg couldn't have asked for a much better start for his team. Aside from the missed tackle that resulted in the South African try, the U.S. has looked fairly dominant here today. Use a first water break, and it is 15-5 for your USA Eagles. If you love USA Rugby, and specifically women's rugby, get online and tweet WRugbyFan for a chance to win a USA Rugby Eagles signed jersey. The best photo and tweet will be awarded this prize before the end of today. If you love rugby in the USA, get on Twitter and show your love to your USA Women's Eagles. These water breaks are extremely useful to coaches who have had less than 48 hours in some cases to work with their teams. In England's case, they had players arriving from New Zealand, England, and all points in between, some of whom were pulled from the U20 program to arrive here today, so they really have a mishmash of players that they are trying to gel. Some of that was evident in the opening minutes of their match versus Canada. South Africa will have had time together back home prior to traveling to Colorado. And so we'll see what happens now that they've had their chance to have a little chat with Coach Aslan Abrams. We'll see what improvements may result from the South Africans. If you are watching us from South Africa, our very best to you. And of course, our thoughts to Nelson Mandela and his family. Such an icon of both the sport of rugby, peace across the world, and the nation of South Africa. And we have a knock on the kickoff, so an attacking opportunity for South Africa. Let's see what they can make of it. Look for number 8, Mandisa Williams, their captain, to be involved off the back of the scrum here, even if it's just to distribute the ball. 2 USA Eagles guarding a single winger on the open side. Let's see which side. And a powerful USA scrum disrupts. Mandisa Williams is enveloped by attacking USA back rows. And the attacking opportunity seems to have slipped away for South Africa. They will have to start from a much slower position. Once again, the size and power of the USA forwards influencing this game here. But here come the South Africans. It's a chip kick, and it's a race away down the side. South Africa into the corner. And we have a knock forward. What a wonderful opportunity for the South Africans to hit back. They are playing some enterprising rugby when they get appropriate amounts of ball, and that was Fuzma Gadu on the wing, flying after the chip kick. And unfortunately, it did not go to hand. Otherwise, this game would be 5 points closer. Another powerful USA scrum, and they will look to clear their lines. South Africa have won themselves possession off a USA knock forward. So we are seeing some relatively sloppy skills from teams which have had limited amounts of prep time for this tournament. And that's to be expected. Those of you who will be with us for all 4 match days here at the 2013 IRB Nations Cup will no doubt notice some improvement, not only in the basic skills, but in the continuity, attack, and defense, once these coaches have had a chance to work. And it's Mandisa Williams away again, and South Africa is going to move the ball to the left. A big run at the line and a search for the offload, but there was no one there. South Africa has won themselves a penalty right in front of the post, and they go quickly. It's Gadu to the wing. South Africa for the corner. And a try.
Try South Africa, number 11, Marlene Cronje.
Marlene Cronje was on the receiving end of a string of South African passes. And that, ladies and gentlemen, has made a statement. Given the opportunity for a penalty right in front of the post, South Africans did not hesitate. They moved the ball left and into the corner for their second try of the game. And we have ourselves a very competitive game of rugby here at the Nations Cup. It is 15-10 with a conversion attempt to come. Aslan Abrams is out there at midfield at this moment, getting his team ready for receiving the ball. Possession, so important when your team is not used to playing at this level. As we saw in our first game, holes will open up with teams that have not played together as much as they could have. And therefore, having possession of the ball, having clean and quick ball to attack is crucial.
USA! USA! USA!
Waiting for wind is the South African kicker. And the ball is up. And no good.
Here we go, guys, here we go!
Conversion attempt unsuccessful. The score remains USA 15, South Africa 10.
Quick tap awarded to the South Africans, and they are away at halftime, despite the chance coming from the USA bench. Stepping and speed from the South Africans, and it is Gadu away down the wing. South Africa need quick ball. Can the USA disrupt? They cannot, and it moves left. Big forwards into the line for South Africa. They need to search for the overlap, and they come left again. The chip kick and the chase. It is into the... We have a good chase from South Africa. The USA is under pressure, but they have possession. A very sophisticated approach from Aslan Abrams' team. The chip kicks and the chase, but the speedy wingers of South Africa, they are using every bit of that sevens experience to their advantage. The speed, the agility, and now some very sophisticated kicking games. It is hard to argue with that. The USA is missing one of their influential stars, Venetia McGee, who would normally be able to control some of that traffic in the back three. And the USA is going to try and play from deep here, having won themselves a penalty at the breakdown. 11 minutes left in the first half here in match 2. Your USA Eagles 15, South Africa 10, and some very exciting rugby being played. Seeing some fantastic pictures now come in at W Rugby Fan. Make sure you let us know how you're watching your USA Rugby Eagles in action here in the Nations Cup. USA lineout firing like a well-oiled machine here. Inside ball. And the USA line resets. Sucking in South African defenders. Powerful USA forwards are taking some stopping here. And kick deep. A good chase on by the United States. And that is going to go into touch at around the South African 22. A little bit of anything you can do, I can do better by the United States, using the chip kick to their advantage, as well as the chase. And now South Africa are going to have to play from deep in their own end. Can the USA disrupt this lineout? They can, and it comes back on the USA side, but South Africa come through and claim. Oh, to be someone on the floor in these breakdowns. The USA have won possession. And for those of you who haven't seen women's rugby at the elite level, these breakdowns are vicious encounters. USA, there is the kick, and South Africa in pursuit of the ball in their own end. Gadu, isolated. Can South Africa get there? Some very powerful USA counter-rucking, but South Africa come away. Big tackles by Sadie Anderson puts the South Africans to the ground, and the USA are coming through. They're doing so legally, according to referee Claire Hadnitz. And the USA win possession, but not the quick tap, as it was not from the proper place. The USA are going to have a chance to kick for possession deep in the South African end. Some very dynamic rugby being played. South Africa will have to defend a USA lineout inside their own 22. And for those of you who are avid rugby watchers, you have to be impressed by the spirit and the openness of the rugby on display here. Both teams looking to attack And that is going to be a moment where referee Claire Hadnett is having a problem with the tunnel, the space and the gap between the two teams. We are going to see another throw into the line out. The USA line out has been a weapon for them today, a fine set piece, and now they throw to the back. It's well taken and they move the ball quickly. Back rows in midfield for the USA, driving South Africa off the ball, and they do move it quickly. Sadie Anderson back inside, forwards into the line for the USA. Looking to create an overlap, looking to suck South Africans into the breakdown. They come right again. USA aggressively moving the ball, taking some stopping by South African tacklers. They're on the far side. 15 meters out, Claire Hadnett sends the South Africans back 10, and the USA is taking it quickly. 5 meters out. USA working through the forwards, inching their way closer and closer to the South African try line, looking for yet another score. You get the sense that if they maintain this forward drive, it will come eventually. Size differential is significant between these two teams, but they move it left. South Africa scrambling and so far stopping the United States. Gadu with the tackle. Racing for the line is the winger, number 14, Ashley
Drive
Kamerick.
USA, number 14, Ashley Kamishik. The score is now USA 20, South Africa 10.
The USA have their third try here in the first half. One more and they'll secure a bonus point. You get the sense that South Africa is going to have trouble, not with their attackers today, as we've seen, it's been very effective, but with possession. The USA holding on to the ball well, going through the phases, producing good continuity, and Sadie Anderson is going to step up and try and knock this kick through to expand the USA lead once again. Let your USA Eagles know you care. Take to Twitter, Facebook, and all points in between. Tweet us at Rugby fan for a shot at a USA Eagles signed jersey. Sadie Anderson stepping up for the kick. Kickoff to the right in a windy field here at the University of North Colorado at Greeley.
Conversion attempt unsuccessful. The score remains USA 20, South Africa 10.
And a 10-point gap with time starting to run down here at halftime. Closing in at halftime on game 2 here at the IRB Nations Cup. South Africa will have to regain possession if they want to close this gap. They have 4 minutes to try and do so. And here they come. USA take the ball well and bring it away through the forwards. Quick tap. And reversing the call. South Africa have the quick tap and they take it away. They want their try, ladies and gentlemen. They want to close this half out. And away they come, driving through the USA line with front rows and locks before moving it wide. And the USA backs are up quickly in defense. They know now the measure of the South African back line, and they are not taking any chances. Big hits coming in from the USA, but South Africa not backing down. The chip and the chase. No mark called. Instead, the USA kicks, and we have a flag up, so that ball has gone into touch. And with a USA player down at midfield, it's the try scorer, Hope Rogers, who's getting attention. The This will be a South African throw into the lineout. Aslan Abrams on the field, acting as water carrier, medic, fire marshal, and he is certainly making use of his time on the field to bring some much needed guidance to his South African team. Hope Rogers is continuing to get attention at midfield, and because she is a front row player, referee Claire Hadnett is holding the line out. Rogers now on her feet. And Hope Rogers jogging back to the USA line-out position. And here we go. South Africa will have the line-out with less than 2 minutes to try and do something here to close this gap. And they have not thrown the ball straight. Wind once again becoming a factor here. And the USA will take the scrum option. Their scrum has been very dominant here so far. We're going to have some USA players and some South African players to talk to at halftime, we hope, to tell us a little more about development in their programs.
Coach! Boys! Yes, 9.
And the USA come away with it at the back. Molly Kinsella, a large and aggressive lock forward for the United States on the charge. And now they bring it away to the right. Let South Africa fly hack the ball forward and are now in possession. It looks as though we have a knock on though. And with 40 seconds left, it looks more and more like the USA are going to take a 10-point lead into halftime. Some positives for South Africa, to be sure. They seem to have found some very prosperous attacking opportunities, especially with the chip kicks out wide in the chase. And they are not backing down from these United States players who are highly physical, both at the breakdown and in the tackle. But there will have to be an answer from South Africa in the second half. USA with the put into the scrum here. And with no time left on the clock, what will they choose to do? USA driving once again through the forwards. Kate Dowley and Sadie Anderson trying to organize an attack. And that ball is cleared downfield, but it's and it is out on the full. The USA has a penalty here, and they're going to kick for touch. So there's the kick for touch, and you'd have to believe that this is going to be one of the last opportunities for the U.S. in this half. There is some injury time. Hope Rogers, among others, going down injured for the USA in this half. But she is still in the game, having scored a try for her country. You can let her and the rest of the team know on Twitter, Facebook, and by visiting usarugby.org how much you love women's rugby in this country and your USA Women's Eagles. The USA throw into the lineout, which has been a major platform for them today. The drive, and now comes the USA kick. You have to wonder about this though, because it's into touch. And is there time for another lineout? Apparently there is. Referee Claire Hadnett playing significant amounts of injury time here in the first half. It's a South African line-out deep in their own end. How much pressure can the USA muster here? The line-out is taken by the South Africans and they come away. They're going to have one last chance to close this gap here in the first half. They're going to step, and they are through. South Africa using their 7 skills to their advantage, and they are up close to midfield. Slow ball for South Africa. They need quick ball if they're going to attack. And the ball is kicked forward. Gadu on the chase. The ball is put into touch by the Americans. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is halftime.
The score at halftime, USA 20, South Africa 10.
It is 20-10 for the USA Eagles here at the Nations Cup over South Africa. We're going to take a little break, and we'll be back to do some talking to some USA and South Africa players in just a moment.
Swiss beats my team. I think that's what her Twitter. Swiss beats. Yeah.
Do you say hashtag?
Top record? Yes, please. Yes, yes, yes.
You like that?
I appreciate that someone's paying attention.
Hey, dude, this is going alright. Next one, so
Yeah, me too.
Shocker, when people full of testosterone, they're mad at each other. They could be taking testosterone. I like how you announced the truth South African. No, I'm not going to.
Yes. Karaoke time.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are back at halftime of the 2013 IRB Nations Cup, and I am here with
Natalie Marquino,
otherwise known as Swiss Beats.
That's
Follow
right.
her on Twitter for some exciting rugby chat. And she is here to talk to us about her experience with USA Rugby. So please, fill us in. You just got back from the USA team, the World Cup appearance in Moscow.
Mhm.
Okay, tell us about that experience and what that was like for you.
Yeah, so a few of us, I believe about 7 of us that are here, were just in Moscow. We finished 3rd, beat Spain in the 3rd and 4th place match. It was an awesome experience. You know, it was great to compete on the world stage like that, especially now that Sevens is going to be part of the Olympic Games. So it was a wonderful experience to be able to grow the game internationally. And now we're super excited to be back here playing 15s. Obviously, a completely different style, a lot more contact, but the pace of the game's tremendously improved, it looks like. It's been great seeing Canada compete against England earlier, and now a really great matchup between South Africa and USA.
When you are in the Sevens program, you're under head coach Rick Suggett, and there's been quite a lot of centralization. You guys have camps now that you do quite a lot of training in. How do you make the transfer from Sevens to 15s? Do you find it's a big ask, or in fact, you know, is it a pretty easy switch to make?
Well, I think it actually fits really well into it because the players that are training at the Olympic Training Center train full-time. We come out here, you know, we have all of that training under our belt. So it's great to be able to transition. It's not like we're on our own doing the workouts individually. We have each other, we support each other, and then we're able to bring whatever experience we have from there into the 15s game. So I think it's great for both programs.
So you've been with the USA team here under Coach Peter Steinberg for only a few days. You guys had probably a few more days than some of the other teams here in Greeley. How is the team coming together?
I think the team's gelling great. A lot of players are returning players from the past tour against France, and some players have been in the program since they did the top 100 camp. So it's really great chemistry. Everyone's getting along, and Pete Steinberg really believes that our chemistry off the field is really going to transfer into our chemistry onto the field. So everyone seems to be really buying into that. It's been great.
for USA Women's Rugby, the bronze medal at the World Cup of Sevens and then the victory in Game 1 of that series against France has really laid down some markers, obviously some fantastic results. As you guys build towards the World Cup in 2014, how are you seeing the development of women athletes in the rugby program? Bigger, stronger, faster than you've seen in previous years?
Yeah, definitely. I think now with the appeal of the Olympic Games, we're seeing athletes from other sports feeding into rugby. I think the motivation and the dedication to the sport is growing. We see a lot of younger kids getting involved with the sport. So it's been great. I mean, just the level of skills here has been incredible today. And the French series was also a very strong series. I didn't have a chance to watch England versus New Zealand, but I heard really high caliber rugby. So it's been great to see the sport grow that way.
Now, for people at home who might have young girls in their family and are looking and hearing about rugby for the first time, can you tell them, how did you fall in love with rugby and what's it been like to be a female rugby player in the United States?
Well, I'll start with the second question first, but being a rugby player at this level has opened up opportunities that I never foresaw for myself. We travel internationally. We get to meet incredible people from all over the world. I have a group of friends here that I know I'll have for life. It's great camaraderie, and as far as why you should get your kids involved, it's an incredible sport. The camaraderie, like I mentioned, is one of the biggest draw, but the physicality is amazing, and you have to be such a complete athlete. You have to be able to run, pass, you have to be able to play offense, defense, tackle. It's just, I think it's one of the most complete sports out there. It's just really fun to play.
And how did you get into rugby as a younger girl? How did you become aware of the sport, and how did you make your entrance into it?
Well, I was younger in the sense that I was younger than now, but I actually found rugby later. I played basketball in college, and a bunch of friends introduced me to it. And a lot of times, older players, that's sort of their story. They found it recreationally and then just had the self-drive to continue training. But now there are high school programs all over the country. They're really good university and college programs, so definitely you can get involved younger. And if you think your kid might be interested, definitely bring them out to a game. I think they'll love the game. They'll fall in love with it right away. And there's a lot more opportunities now to get involved younger.
That's fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Natalie Marchino, otherwise known as Swiss Beats on Twitter. You can follow her and the rest of your USA Rugby Eagles at USA Rugby on Twitter, Facebook, and follow us on 4 straight match days of fantastic rugby here at the 2013 IRB Nations Cup.
Shout out to the Sevens folks in Chula Vista.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back in just a minute.
Once I left my wallet in the office, I got home. Didn't have any food. Like 9:30 at night, I drove to the office, got my car. Got me some other correct it. Hey, Ryan. Awesome. That's me standing next to you in the building. I'd fit Eric. To be fair, I think I was thinking fuck off. Biggest fan of Denver there is.
I don't want Commerce. You guys have Twitter names, right? You have like street cred Twitter names.
I have a boring Swiss Beats.
I have a boring Twitter name. Yeah, that's pretty good. Huh?
Mine is Jason.
Yeah.
Mine is boring. It's just Jason. But I think it's less factor so we can retweet. Way to go on that originality.
Yeah, it's key to have the smaller name. That's why.
My other one was
Frisbee and bowler for Echo. We had a thing like this, but it was basically two scaffolds together.
Awesome to have the multiple accounts.
And the wind picked us up. I look over next to me, and Gene Hoff was about almost 6 inches higher than me. Part of the platform raised up. I said, I'm coming down. We had hard cans.
Okay, we are back here for the second half of the second match here at the IRB Nations Cup.
Substitution at halftime for the USA. Coming off, number 10, Sadie Anderson. Coming on, number 22, Kimber Rosaire.
Ladies and gentlemen, and attention rugby fans, Universal Sports is now available on Dish and DirecTV. If you don't get Universal Sports, demand it now from your TV provider. Call 1-800-55-GET-US now. Make your voice heard and get access to your favorite rugby events and athletes. Remember, Universal Sports is not NBC Sports Network. Call 1-800-55-GET-US now. And we are underway here in the second half with more physical play at the breakdown from the USA Eagles. This time penalized, however, and South Africa are going to try to take advantage. A 10-point gap opened up in the first half for the USA Eagles as a result of some very, very powerful runs, some strong possession, and some great continuity. South Africa, on the other hand, got their tries through breakthroughs using some of their incredible 7 skill and their kicking game. For now, they're going to try and challenge a very dominant USA lineout as they kick the ball deep into the USA 22 in search of closing the gap. For those of you who've been tweeting us at #WRugbyFan, showing us how you're watching the match today, please keep those photos coming and all of those tweets. A signed USA Rugby Eagles jersey awaits the winner. South Africa come away with it, and they move the ball left. Some fantastic stepping on display for the South Africans if you're a fan of some amazing sevens footwork, but they're having trouble making their way through a rather impressive USA defensive line at the moment and are being driven backwards. Eagles defensive line once again looking strong. And South Africa come away again. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. A very strong run from the South African front row. Portia Yonga, but the knock forward came. That was a very impressive break. And for those of you who love rugby like I do, as a sport for people of every single body type, you love seeing front rows on the charge like that. And I can tell you, for somebody who loves watching front rows and locks in action, there is not many times in a rugby match where you get to feel the freedom of being away on a charge like that, and it is exhilarating as a front row player. Portia Young felt that just a moment ago before the knock-on, and we'll see if South Africa can keep up this momentum. They want to close this gap.
Crouch. Bind. Set. Yes, nine.
Ball being kicked around, and it's going to be knocked forward off of a South African hand. For those of you paying attention to the scrum calls, you're going to hear crouch, touch, set from the referee, and then her instructions for the scrum half to put in the ball. These are new IRB trial scrum laws, and we are seeing them for the first time as a South African player is down. Remember, traditionally, front rows did not push until the ball was in. It's only in the last decade since rugby turned professional that there's been this enormous focus on the hit. And while you're seeing a strong hit from both sides here today, the IRB is desperately trying to get back to the days of pushing post the insert of the ball. So we'll watch that as this tournament progresses, and we're going to have to take a moment here as the medical staff are coming on for an injured South African player. Are you planning a rugby trip for your club? USA Rugby and Hilton Worldwide have partnered, and you can now save up to 15% off the best available rate at any Hilton property in the world. Even better still, a portion each day at Hilton goes straight back to USA Rugby to help grow the game. Visit usarugby.org for all this and more. And for those of you who are a fan of the USA Rugby website like I am, some fantastic work has gone into making this an extremely modern way to present all the great things that USA Rugby does. It has highlights from USA Rugby TV. It has profiles of your favorite players. Visit usarugby.org for all your USA Rugby needs. And as both teams take the opportunity here to talk about their strategy in the second half, we should go back and recap what happened. For those of you who may have missed some or all of our first game today, Canada, a team that has not played since the 2011 Nations Cup final, defeated England, the defending champions, in match 1 at the Nations Cup. Multiple tries by Sevens players, including Magali Harvey, helped Canada to drive their victory home in a match that was full of attacking rugby, breakthroughs, and some questionable defense possibly by both teams that I'm sure both coaching staffs are going to want to tighten up as this tournament goes on. But the important thing for fans of Canadian rugby and rugby in North America is that Canada have 5 straight wins for their women's rugby program. Their U20 squad having gone undefeated at the Women's Nations Cup Junior Tournament in England only a few weeks ago. So Canada, under coach Francois Ratier, having opened this tournament with a win, and England having just come from a tournament in New Zealand where they lost 3 straight games to the Black Ferns, have now opened this tournament with a defeat. So English rugby, having enjoyed a difficult 2013, are going to try to make amends on match day 2. It's never a pleasant outcome when you have to see the stretcher being brought on the field at a rugby tournament. Our thoughts go out to the injured player. Please remember that stretcher events such as this one are done out of an abundance of caution, and the medical staff will take no chances. They'll look after this player and make sure that she's seen to and removed safely from the field. With the aggressive plays at breakdowns and tackles, it is sometimes the case that players take a knock to their head or possibly a knee injury that makes it difficult for them to leave the field under their own power. Fortunately, the IRB and the International Rugby Board have been at the forefront of research into this area, making sure that head trauma, player welfare are at the forefront of everyone's thoughts in the global game of rugby. And certainly the medical staff at this tournament will be taking no chances with any player unable to immediately leave the field under their own power. But a good moment to reflect so far on what we've seen today. And that has been some incredibly ambitious rugby by every one of our 4 teams here at the IRB Nations Cup. Canada and England, after a nervous start by the defending champions, opened up into a game of breakthroughs, of offloads, of continuity and attacking rugby. In match 2, the USA opened with some very aggressive forward play, some driving runs, only to see South Africa answer with some incredible breakthroughs and 7-stepping of their own, racing through lines, bringing their country to within 10 points. And that's where things stand at the moment. As someone who's seen a lot of competitive rugby, moments like this are not easy for the remaining players on the field. Although everyone's thoughts are certainly with the injured player, you have to deal with the adrenaline dump that's happening inside from an athlete's point of view. You have to deal with all of a sudden your muscles begin to cramp from the lack of exertion, going from a moment of high performance to a period of standing around. And certainly the experienced players on both of these teams, Mandisa Williams for South Africa, their captain, and the senior players for the United States will certainly be talking about that right now. Pete Steinberg walking out to his group, making sure that they are going to be aware of what he expects when the match resumes. And we fortunately here in Greeley have been blessed to see those storm clouds that battered us no more than an hour ago dissipate and disappear over the horizon. So with the medical staff continuing to work here on the field at the University of North Colorado, we're going to take a little break, and we'll be back with you in just a little while.
Honestly, I was trying, so I was like... I like the Canada quote. It's like, well, that's the team right now. And I'm like, all right, he's struggling to figure it out. Going to U.S. South Africa, he's talking about Canada. Well, they did play in the prison. Recap. Dan. It was good. Oh, I recapped twice. Missed the first game, then maybe missed my recap. Missed the recap. Okay. I'm giving you the Twitter address for every person's name. Good interview. I should just know what I should do.
Is it smelling not good? Not so goodly, I guess.
Well, honestly, I think we're going the way. I'm going to tell you, when I saw Canada, they're throwing the ball in wide, with Joe left the clock, they're up by the front, like ambitious. Yeah, like stupid. I was like ambitious. I think that next for January. I get field position because what is this with stuff? I get getting to the field. But, you know, throwing the ball out, they already oh my God, look at that. That's awesome. I talked to Joey. They just were so happy. Yeah, they were so happy they had to go for it.
Dude, that headset was a lot.
Josh, you know what's walking a bit on that? I don't know. Stephen here. I've got it in holding pattern right now. That's crazy.
Okay, great. Referee, you refer to our source where the ambulance is currently parked? And
I don't really care. I talked to him.
Copy. So the direct numbers copy that. Come on, don't give up. Don't give up. Sit down.
Like I'm walking, so I'm listening and I'm looking. Oh, yeah. I know. I'm literally like, oh, you mean this guy? I was like,
girl will be taken in the ambulance section. So just be prepared to help them out. You can hang out where you are, or they're supposed to come in the other. Okay, so they're coming up through that north top spot. You want Alright, I'll find them. Okay. Like coming in through like
Where is it? That was 6-car start.
There you go. No, you're not. I'm not sure.
You deserve it. Yes.
How are you? Congratulations. I just noticed at the end, I thought, why are they playing so much rugby at the end? Like, maybe just kick the ball out. What I was saying was the attack, obviously with the sevens players and every continuity underneath.
South African substitution. Leaving the field, number 2, Celeste Mari. Coming on, number 16, Tende Ketu.
And we are back with you here at the IRB Nations Cup. And the USA come away with it from the back of the scrum. Restarting play with a bang here. Medisa Williams had a steal. And it was lost forward by the Americans. So now, what kind of restart can these two teams make here? After such a long period of stoppages, we'll see what the USA and South Africa can muster. South Africa put it into the scrum.
Crouch! Bind! Set! Yes, side!
and a much better South African scrum, and they come away with it. Excellent play through the back line, but a thumping hit by the United States back row. It is awfully hard to imagine that you'll see a bigger back row in international rugby than you'll see for the United States right now, and they are coming away with aggression. That was Carmen Farmer, lock for the United States, making that charge, and they work the ball to the left. Can South Africa maintain their aggression here? Can they maintain the intensity they need to put these big USA players to the ground? And they have taken another penalty. The USA may very well quick tap it, and they do. They're away. Racing for the line, they're now only meters out. A drive by the USA, and they are in.
Try USA, number 9, Kate Daly. The score is now USA 25, South Africa 10.
It is 25-10 now, thanks to Kate Daly. Ladies and gentlemen, I may be mistaken. We have no try being called by touch judges, coaches, fans, even children.
Correction, no try. The score remains USA 20, South Africa 10.
And Vandicha Platzi is holding the ball, the South African scrum half. But you have to be impressed by the power of Kate Daly. Rugby is a game for players of all shapes and sizes, but when you get an enormous scrum half with power in her legs, there are mismatches around the field, and you will certainly be able to expose some of those, as Kate Daly did a moment ago. We are back for a South Africa scrum due to a knock forward.
Set!
Mandisa Williams away with it at the back of the scrum. They're very close to the touchline. They need to come back this side. And the kick. Kate Daly back there, but it has gone out of bounds. USA play it quickly. Good awareness of the rules, and they are away down the far side. Looking for the offload, it's not there. And South Africa counterattack. Lady Springboks need to move the ball quickly, and they do. Looking for offloads, looking for holes. They don't need much, as we saw in the first half. Penalty against the USA. And unfortunate. That looked very close to being a knock forward off the quick tap, but referee Claire Hadnett has allowed South Africa to continue with their penalty, and they attempt to find touch, but they miss. USA away with it down the left wing. Still a bit of a deliberate pace by the USA at the breakdown. They've been most effective when they move the ball quickly, and South Africa with the turnover. They look to clear, and this time a more effective kick to touch. They bought themselves about 10 meters. And we have another substitution coming in. Sarah Walsh is coming in at lock forward, it looks like, for Molly Kinsella.
Substitution USA, coming off number 5, Molly Kinsella. Coming on number 20, Sarah Walsh.
And for those of you interested in exactly how big some of these USA women's players are, I urge you to go to usarugby.org and check out their profiles, because they are dwarfing many of us who stand here on the sidelines. Every year, athletes at this level get more impressive, and we have an intercept. South Africa take it up the middle and look to move the ball quickly and counterattack. USA come flat, and South Africa released their winger. down the far side. The offload. And continuity here from South Africa. I speak too soon. South Africa knocked forward, and Kate Daly cleans up for the Americans. USA Women's Eagles with some backline maneuvers of their own, but a missed pass. And South Africa now have it. Mandisa Williams down the far side. She is going for the line. Mandisa Williams is. Mandisa Williams has scored a try for South Africa.
Try South Africa, number 8, Mara Williams. The score is now USA 20, South Africa 15.
The captain of the South African Lady Springboks has taken things into her own hands off a broken play. She collected the ball and sprinted 20 meters down the right side of the field to outrun the USA cover defense and plant the ball down to close the gap to 5 points. They'll look to close it to 3 here with this conversion. Those of you who are watch the IRB Women's 7 series, and you should be, Mandisa Williams will be a familiar face. She is both captain of the South African Lady Springboks 15 team and a familiar presence for them on the IRB 7 series. She was a presence for them in the final at the Dubai Sevens against the New Zealand Black Ferns, a tournament at which South Africa performed very, very well. Those of you who know the Sevens game will not be surprised to see back rows on many of the teams here finding their ways into the Sevens program. We'll see if they can close the gap to 3 points with this kick. Kick is up, and it is off to the right and short.
Conversion attempt unsuccessful by South Africa. The score remains USA 20, South Africa 15. While the conversion was happening, there was a substitution by the USA.
For those of you who were fortunate enough to watch the match between the USA and South Africa at the 2011 Nations Cup, you will recall that South Africa came back in the closing minutes of the game to snatch a victory away from the USA Women's Eagles. Your humble announcer would not be so bold to suggest that that is in the cards here, but South Africa have demonstrated an ability to break the line and attack at will when they have possession. Possession is not easy to come by when you're going into the breakdown against the USA Eagles. Time and again, South Africa running at the line. Big USA tackles coming in. The chip kick and the chase. The USA being put under pressure here.
I got some ND and I got about 9-0.
Aggressive play by South Africa at the breakdown. And they are going to take a penalty for not rolling away. The chip and the chase has been one of the best South African weapons here today. And now as they have closed to within 5 points, they are on it again. Looks like Sadie Anderson is going to step up and try and put the ball closer downfield. Buys her team about 15 meters.
Substitution for South Africa. Coming off, number 15, Manazel Rabi. Coming on, number 21, Baroshka Green.
As Kittery Williams begins to throw the ball in for the Americans, we'll see if their lineout holds good. It does. It's been an excellent one today. And a high pass by Kate Daly has turned the ball over, and South Africa look to come away. They move the ball, and Gadu down the far side, but it looks like a bit of a forward pass from South Africa. And with 25 minutes left in this game, Chance of USA begin to emerge from a highly supportive American bench. If you love your Eagles as much as these girls do, tweet us at WRugbyFan to win a signed USA Eagles jersey, or just tell us how much you love women's rugby in this country.
Call, please.
Free kick to South Africa, and they are away. Inspired play by the front row, taking that quick tap herself, and now South Africa look to move the ball straight ahead, and they're met by an impressive USA tackle. But again, they come left. Switch of play back to the right side. South Africa going sideways, and now they go forward with Gadu. Gadu looking for the offload, and the ball going to touch. There can be no question about the heart, the speed, and the dynamic play of the South African ladies team. USA Eagles having trouble matching the speed, but their set piece is undeniably superior. Again, South Africa come forward and are smashed in the tackle by USA back row. A dummy and a go by Zene Jordan, South African fly half. A penalty for not rolling away, and South Africa once again go quickly. Some fine play by Nabisa Natu, South Africa's number 6. South Africa needs some support at the breakdown here. Quick ball not available. They're going to have to play from a slower position. USA driving South Africa backward here. You have to admire the steps the South Africans are making in their back line. Dynamic sevens ability. They just cannot seem to get through a very determined USA defensive line at the moment. Thanks to USA Rugby's Fly Emirates, Canterbury, Gilbert, and AIG for their support of all things USA Rugby and the game we all love. Nice play by the United States to free Christie down the back line. South Africa looking to play off the back foot. And away come the USA Eagles down the right side. Erica Kavanaugh looking, and we have the offload that will extend the USA lead.
Try USA, number 12, Sylvia Broughton.
Sylvia Broughton scores the try, but it was Erica Kavanaugh drawing the South African defense and making the offload that secured her team the try and the extended 10-point advantage. And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a fantastic bit of back play from the USA Eagles. Good continuity displayed, good ability to move the ball. And now as the sun begins to set here in Greeley, Colorado, South Africa have a job to do if they want to get back in this match. Number 22 for the Americans, Megan Bonney. Her kick sails wide.
Conversion attempt unsuccessful. The score remains USA 25, South Africa 15.
Barney.
Subs for the USA, coming off number 1, Hope Rogers. Coming on number 16, Sarah Shabbat. coming off, number 4, Carmen Farmer. Coming on, number 19, Kristen Zanzevich. Coming off, number 9, Kate Daly. Coming on, number 23, Josie Singh. And for South Africa, coming off, number 7, Nawai Nagatu. And coming on, number 23, Daphne Skeppers.
The conversion missed. It's a 10-point lead for the USA Eagles. And South Africa, as we restart here, are going to need to get the ball back with only 20 minutes to play, down by 10. Good ball security by the Americans. And there comes the kick for field position. Can the South African back three handle it? They're having some trouble there. USA looking to take possession. And South Africa secure, albeit on the back foot. Chip kick through. This should be an easy one for the US to handle. And it's Kavanaugh again. Christy Rittenberg into the line from fullback. USA backline starting to fire on all cylinders here. That was always the missing piece. And a penalty against South Africa. You can't argue with the USA set piece here today. Their scrum and their lineout have been fantastic. It's only been that ability to find space with their backline that seems to have been missing for the first half of this match, and they are now finding their rhythm. South Africa has stepped back, and the USA will have a penalty when we restart play in just a few seconds. Bonnie is kicking for the corner, and the USA are going to look to use their size to drive South Africa back and extend this lead past 15 points. The USA lineout's been strong all day, and it continues to be. They move the ball left. Switch of play. Intercept, and South Africa have come away with it. Swarming USA tacklers as Gadu offloads. South Africa gone to ground. USA frantically trying to drive South Africa backwards. Looking for space is the South African backline, but they are being well marshaled by the USA. Looks all a bit scattered by South Africa now. Big hits coming in from the Americans. South Africa are going to need to find something to clear their lines, or you get the sense that the USA is going to be in possession here in only moments, and they are. It's Daphne Skeepers.
Let's go!
Apologies. Josie Singh, replacement scrum half for the USA. And the USA dealing with slow ball here. Forward drive. Chip kick into the line, and it is through the back end of the in-goal area. You get the sense that that wasn't really a well-communicated option. Not much of a USA
Substitution
change.
USA, coming off number 3, Jamie Burke. Coming on number 17, Sarah Wilson.
Fresh legs on for the USA with only 15 minutes left. South Africa on a 22 restart, but they have been in their own end for some time and are going to take a beating if they continue trying to go toe-to-toe with these American forwards. They need to find space through their back line, and they need the ball. But the USA have it again, and they come away with it left. As the sun begins to make life very difficult for players here on the field at Greeley. South Africa have possession, and they move the ball left. Big hits coming in and an offload to nowhere. A massive hit from Erica Kavanaugh has turned the ball over for the United States, and they come away with it left, looking for more. Kavanaugh's hit has laid a South African player low on the field, and she is down injured. Marilyn Kronjai is back up on her feet after that amazing hit by Kavanaugh. And once again, we are dealing with slow ball at the breakdown. These chip kicks have been successful throughout the game at putting people under pressure, but that one badly executed and will simply lead to another 22 restart for South Africa. Just as with the
substitution for South Africa, coming off number 11, Marlene Cronje. Coming on number 22, Veracia Grain. And for USA, coming off number 2, Kittery Wagner. Coming on number 18, Katie Augustine.
You really get the feeling that fatigue may be starting to become a factor here with only less than 15 minutes to play. Certainly there was a drop-off in pace in our first match between Canada and England, although it ended with an absolute flurry of activity. There was a lull that may be indicative of the thin air here in Colorado and the lack of prep time that these teams have had. We expect the play to become even more fluid in the days to come, but the USA are looking plenty fluid right now. South Africa obstructing at the breakdown. That is not the first time, and you get a sense that there may not be many more warnings coming from Claire Hadnett on that issue. Once again, a very solid USA lineup will go to work and try and provide an attacking platform. The backs looking like they want the ball, looking like they may just have something up their sleeve. And there was definitely something on there with Emily Bidwell flying into the line from outside center. The pass was not there for her. And so the USA forwards go to work, driving South Africa back.
Nice fight, Walsh.
USA now about 10 meters out, and South Africa are starting to return some big hits back to the United States. But they're not going to get any closer in the scoreline if they are playing out of their own end like this. USA are enjoying all the possession, and all they have to do now is find the space. Ferocious South African play at the breakdown, and once again we have a penalty, and we will see what the referee has to say.
Penalty over here, penalty over here. Number 14, not player. No more. You need to have a word with your players, otherwise you give you no option.
Claire Hadnett with a warning to South Africa's captain, Mandisa Williams. And she is now explaining that there will be no more obstruction at the breakdown, especially at this end of the field, or we will see a yellow card, our first of the Nations Cup. South Africa has been caught on the wrong end of some very complicated breakdowns and have been guilty of obstructing. And now the USA will go back to their line out at the back line once again. Will look to set something up. They brought Emily Bidwell on the last play, into the line. What will they have in store for us today? And a not straight call as the ball given to South Africa, as a few of the USA Rugby players are dealing with blood issues.
Blood substitution for the USA. Coming off, number 13, Emily Bidewell. Coming on, number 21, Megan Bonney.
Regardless of the score of today's game, we're going to have a talk with USA Rugby women's head coach Peter Steinberg immediately following the close of this game. So please stay tuned for that. And please stay tuned to usarugby.org for all the write-ups on the action today at the Nations Cup, which we have been very happy to bring you here on USA Rugby TV. Mandisa Williams once again, and there may have been some infringement there by the United States. South African player in the process of kicking the ball. However, it will be a United States scrum. With only 9 minutes left, South Africa find themselves in very much the same position they did 2 years ago in Oakville, Ontario, trailing by 2 tries with less than 10 minutes. In that game, some of their impact reserves came on to sprint the length of the field off scrappy play. And bring South Africa back. The USA are going to get revenge for that victory if things hold up. And as voices are raised in support of the USA from the bench, you get the feeling that players are starting to move very slowly on the field. The altitude, the intensity, starting to get to them. And if you think this is tough, folks, these girls have to play 4 matches in 12 days. Anyone who knows what the Rugby World Cup is like on the men's side will know that most teams will get between 6 and 7 days of recovery on average in that tournament. Not so at the Women's Nations Cup. Recovery and the science of recovery is going to play a big part in this tournament. South Africa come away, desperately looking to close the gap, running from their own end. But the USA have turned it over. Can they get one more try? A run at the line, and it's Shina Turley.
Try USA to number 7, Shayna Turley. The score is now USA 30, South Africa 15.
And as South African bodies lie strewn on the pitch, the USA extend their lead to 30-15 with a conversion to come. With only 7 minutes left, South Africa now has to be very careful that this game does not become a rout. They've been able to hang with the United States all day in terms of trying to match their intensity. A bigger, stronger United States team has been able to drive forward through tackles on occasion. But this will be the first time in the match that South Africa look to have well and truly been left behind by the U.S. And the conversion is good.
Conversion attempt successful by number 22, Kimber Roser. That takes the score to USA 32, South Africa 15.
Yet another South African player is coming off with ice on her shoulder.
Substitution for the USA. The blood sub Emily Bidewell returns. Megan Bonney becomes the permanent sub for number 15, Christy Riggenberg. For South Africa, coming off number 13, Mathurin Simmers, and coming on number 19, Vuyukazi Mbonda.
So if you're coach Aslam Abrams of South Africa, you have to be interested in how your team responds to this. There's 5 minutes left in your first game at the 2013 Nations Cup. The game is out of reach for all intents and purposes, but Mandisa Williams and her team are still looking to attack and show their coach that they can score tries and that they will not let their heads drop. They'll have another chance now with the ball being kicked back to the South African side. And that is a over-ambitious pass, to say the least. Tired bodies may be leading to tired minds on the South African side, and they will have to do well to keep the USA out from another try here. Again, South Africa take the ball at the breakdown. Again, they come away. Quick hands for South Africa, and they have an overlap and some speed. South Africa with some good continuity here, and they are moving the ball well. We have a USA Rugby knock-on and a South African scrum. Cries of toughen up from Aslan Abrams, but these girls have given it their all today on both sides. With 4 minutes left in the game, South Africa are still playing ambitious rugby when they have the ball. We're going to talk to Coach Peter Steinberg of the USA in just a few minutes. And one of the things I'm sure he's going to be very happy with is the amount of possession. Do you feel that if South Africa had just been able to enjoy increased possession in this game, it would have only been a matter of time before their dynamic style of play produced results? And still, they're going to go back to their dormitories here at the University of Northern Colorado, having scored 3 tries against the United States Eagles. And they should feel very good about that indeed. Mandisa Williams, the workhorse of the South African team, is once again away. Infringement by the USA at the breakdown. And we're going to have a knock-on with a scrum to the United States. For those of us who can feel the thin air in our lungs just announcing this game, can feel a tidal wave of sympathy for people flying into rucks and breakdowns for 80 straight minutes here on the fields of the University of Northern Colorado. Once again, the United States kick to the South African back 3. And it will bring play to midfield. If the score of 32-15 holds true, the United States will join Canada as the 2 undefeated teams at this tournament. And that matchup, when it comes, may indeed decide. And South Africa are still playing rugby. The chip forward and the chase. A little tap of the foot and the try, ladies and gentlemen. An outstanding individual
South
effort.
Africa to number 10, Zendi Jordan. That takes the score to USA 32, South Africa 20.
Incredible heart by the vice captain of the Lady Springboks, Zene Jordan. That was nothing less than an individual display of skill, pace, and heart. And you cannot ask any more from a player in a leadership position than that. Leading by example and scoring her team's 4th try of the day, which, by the way, is going to earn them a bonus point.
Conversion attempt successful by 21. Zandil Nojoko.
There are...
The score stands USA 32, South Africa 22.
It is a 10-point gap, and South Africa are going to get one more possession off this USA restart. I'm being told that there are 3 minutes of injury time. It would be nothing less than astonishing for South Africa to make their way back from this margin with this amount of time left. Stranger things have happened. Certainly no one saw their comeback in the 2011 Nations Cup, but that result is not going to help. A fumbled kickoff is going to grant the USA Eagles a scrum deep in South Africa territory, and they are going to look to recapture that try. What an outstanding day of rugby this has been at the 2013 IRB Nations Cup. I hope you've enjoyed listening to us on USA Rugby TV, following us on Twitter at #NationsCup. These girls have certainly given their all for your viewing pleasure here. And many of them are going to retreat to the dormitories of the University of Northern Colorado for some ice baths and some much needed rest, knowing that they will have to take the field again on Saturday at 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time to do it all again. Big hits coming in, and the USA go in search of one last score. USA look to take it quickly, but referee Claire Haddon is not going to have any of it. And there has been a yellow card, our first of the tournament, issued to South Africa. The US Eagles, standing right in front of the post, have chosen to kick at goal instead of going for yet another try. And it has to be said, this decision has its advantages. These women must be feeling the effects of a very intense game of rugby, and this kick should do much to kill off the remaining time on the clock while extending a 10-point lead to a 13-point lead for the USA Eagles. The kick is good.
Penalty kick is successful for number 22, Kimber Rosaire. That takes the final total, USA 35, South Africa 22.
35-22 is your final score here at the 2013 IRB Nations Cup. The USA Eagles have defeated South Africa and have joined Canada in the ranks of the unbeaten. We're going to have an interview with USA Eagles head coach Peter Steinberg coming up here in a moment, but I want you please to do the following. Head to usarugby.org and follow all of the match reports for this tournament, as well as the schedule for the Nations Cup. Our next broadcast on USA Rugby TV will be this coming Saturday at 4 p.m. Mountain Standard Time, when we do it all over again. And you will see 4 world-class rugby teams giving it their all as we build towards the IRB's Women's 15s World Cup in 2014.
Thank you, rugby fans, for your support of the first two matches of the IRB Women's Nations Cup for 2013. Please join us back here on August 3 at the same times, 4 p.m. and 6 p.m. for the second round of matches.
And we're back. I have with me USA Rugby head coach Pete Steinberg. And Coach, what a fantastic result for the USA Eagles. You can't help but be happy with that coming off of that France series in California. Good continuity by your team, excellent defense, very aggressive at the breakdown. And I thought the breakdown and the ability to maintain possession was a big part of the game.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we, we're happy with a win. But we have a lot to work on. We felt that in moments we played well, but our consistency wasn't high enough. I mean, they had too many clean breaks through the middle for our defense, and through the midfield, it's something we have to work on. And I would actually say that in the beginning of the second half, we really struggled to look after the ball in contact. And if we can play quick, then we can play well. But we're going to be doing a lot of work on ball in contact over the next couple of days.
Right. When you're talking about a tournament like this, where you only have a limited number of recovery days, how do you approach that as a coach? What are your priorities for the team, knowing that you have to take the field again on Saturday?
Yeah, we have a 92-hour cycle, so tomorrow will be a full recovery day. The players will be in the pool. The next day we'll be actually out on the training pitch doing some work, and then the day before the game will be a nice recovery. So there's not much that we can do. We'll be doing a lot of video, really analysing the video both of our game and also of Canada. The Canada-England game was real high quality, and so we're really looking forward to playing a great Canadian side.
For a tournament like this, which is designed to help improve and expose North American nations to some of the competition from overseas, how important is it for more opportunities like this for the USA Eagles for the development of Elite 15s rugby in North America?
Oh, I mean, I think this is absolutely an amazing opportunity that we have. I mean, we don't play enough games, but to be able to play on home soil, to bring the quality of South Africa, England and Canada here, it's a great preparation for the World Cup that starts tomorrow, a year from tomorrow. So we're hoping to get a lot of learning, a lot of development, both on the field as well as our processes off the field over the next 2 weeks.
Okay, USA Coach Peter Steinberg, thanks so much for your time.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. And that closes things out for us here at the IRB Nations Cup in Greeley, Colorado. Final score of our second game, USA 35, South Africa 22. Thank you so much for joining us. We'll see you back here on Saturday evening.
There were a couple of phone calls on my part because you look over there from this point.